Shalom, all praises to the Most High, all praises to His holy name, our great King. Well, I'm going live, right? What does going live mean? Going live means I'm before whoever listening to me. So the fact that I went live yesterday and presented a whole nearly 3-hour and something video and only it was reduced to maybe 30 minutes today when I'm looking at it. That's the witchcraft of their technology. That means everybody that I was talking to yesterday saw what I posted. So how is it today when I pull it up? It's only about a 30-minute or maybe a little longer worth of video. I don't know. I didn't really count the time. That's because these devils don't respect nothing. Everything is a game to them. I already told them to cease and desist from playing their games with me because I'm not in their jurisdiction. Go play with somebody that's voluntarily in their jurisdiction. Now, I told you to give a lot of people the benefit of the doubt. I know a lot of people are under coercion through force and fear of being gang stalked themselves. So they have to comply out of fear with these devils. Like, for instance, I sent my youngest daughter to the market yesterday. I shared that with you yesterday, how they always do these type of things, playing games. And I told them I don't have to play their games. So I sent her to the market yesterday with what they call $15, which is not, that's the term they use. And then they got their little white devil outside every time I say something. See, that's they cowards. They won't run by down and like they're sending their little kids and pulling them into their evil. Running up and down the hall. You can't hear it. I don't think you can hear it, but I can hear it. That's why the Most High said He's not going to save them. And they have no respect for the Most High's word. They have no respect for nothing. So if I gave her $15, I'm going to say $15, quote unquote $15, these terms that everybody use. I told her to go and get me 2 cans of Pillsbury cinnamon rolls. On here, it only says 1. I told her to bring back a large Arizona mango juice. She did that. But she came back with 2 Pillsbury cinnamon rolls. But it only says 1 on here. But she ended up bringing 2. Said she only gave them $10. $10. But I gave her $15. I'm using the terms that people use. But she brought me everything I wanted. I asked for, like the cinnamon rolls and the juice. But then she brought this back. And I told you I don't play their game, so I've done nothing wrong. If they send something in bad faith, in good faith, because I didn't ask for anything out of what I was my right to do, that means I was acting in good faith. And if they meant it in bad faith, that means now this belongs to me. I didn't ask for it. But like always, like now, when they send stuff, I usually put it on the counter. Like, I didn't ask for this, and take it back. Let's make like took the. She also had brought some flour tortilla shells. I put that on the counter along with this because when I usually do that, she just take it back. But they left the quote unquote money, but took the flour tortilla shit. See the games they play. And I don't know their intentions because I didn't ask them to do anything other than just go to the market and bring back what I asked for, what I paid for. Like I said, I don't know what their intentions are. But I know what the games they play in games talking is bad faith intentions. And the fact that they send their little devils is always running across the outside. And I'm not disrespecting nobody, but you disrespecting me by always doing that. So why do I gotta respect you? And you put your little devils, your little white devils in that position because you sent them. If you'd have kept them in the house where they belong and you did it, then I'd be calling you a devil. Because you the devil that sent your little devil. And you involving your little devils in your activity. So don't feel disrespected. You deserve it. So I'm trying to tell you the games they play. I don't know where this bag came from. And it's not mine. It wasn't mine. Matter of fact, let me go get it for you. Show you what I'm talking about. See, according to Stater Brothers receipt, she only bought this one and this. But I asked for 2 and they sent 2. So in other words, this change may be mine because I sent her for 15 quote unquote dollars. It is mine. I see what's happening. This is mine. And I gave her some extra change to cover the rest of whatever it might come up to. So okay, I see what's happening there. So in other words, they trying to say they gave me something. But I gave her enough quote unquote money to buy it. It's not my fault if they playing games and then try to come later and say, well, we gave you this because you didn't pay for it. Well, I gave my daughter enough to pay for it. But y'all playing games. You didn't give me nothing. Like I told you, I don't want nothing from you unless the Most High make you give it to me. That's mine by right. Because I don't make no covenants with you because you're devils. And because I sit there with the very intent to bring back what I asked for and nothing more. The fact that you behind the scenes doing things, that's on you. It's already been determined everything you do in bad faith, that's on you. It can't be charged to me. That's why I say you can only operate with me in good faith. I can't be responsible for what you're doing wickedly behind the scenes. Just like I was trying, you heard it yesterday anyway, but in the video I was looking at today and it cut it short. I don't know if it's cut it short or permanently or just on my end that they cutting it short because they can do that. Told y'all when I went to the dentist in Lancaster, I posted the office and Kaiser, where the lady came in and just gave me a shot without even asking me. Dennis told me, talked me into getting a implant in my jaw as far as filling in the tooth, the wisdom tooth area they pulled out and he put something in there to fill the area. And then after he filled the area, then he gonna tell me, you gotta take that out, bro. Hey man, why I gotta take it out now? Why you telling me that now? When you saying that's it, well, you gonna be able to take it out if you put a tooth in it? That's the purpose why you say you did it, but now you saying that you know how you take that out, right? See the bad faith actions? That's why I put your name down there as bad faith officers. People working for you are working in bad faith. And when you do things in bad faith to try to hurt someone, particularly me, I got the right to expose you. Just like when I received a letter from LA County Probation Department. I told you there's some good people that's working there. But there's also some bad people working there. And I received a notice back then, a letter typed and it declared that about 30-some non-need-to-know employees had received emails of my medical records. That's millions of dollars of lawsuit right there. I didn't receive anything. So I told you this is a class action lawsuit that I'm filing because I can't file it with their courts. I'm filing this with the court from on high, the Most High. And he's going to designate it to make sure it gets to the people even above them in the earth. It's filed. I don't care what you got to say. If you're wicked, you have no say-so in this matter. Just like your Roman Catholic Pope who owns your corporation. Called the United States Corporation. Put you on notice already that all your bad faith actions for over 150 years has been noted towards these American Israelites. Not saying nothing that's wrong. I'm not saying nothing that's not trying to get something out of somebody, but no, but you've done some terrible things to me. Others too, but I can only speak for me. Because like I said, I can't impose my thoughts on nobody. That's something that you should try to practice. But I can tell the truth about it. Most High said, shout it from the rooftops. Well, he's provided a forum that we can do that, called the internet. You like a big bully at school. Punk, give me your lunch money. Better not tell nobody. Well, the Most High said, he's the biggest, he's the highest, so his children don't have to worry about being bullied. That's why he made your God, the Roman Catholic Pope, make his acknowledgments against you. You think he was some good guy to decide, let me just tell the truth. Nah. Somebody put some pressure on him. And that somebody was the Most High. And then, also through Anna Von Rich, the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney, she stated that they called, at one time, African Americans. We note that we treated these people like cattle for over 150 years back in our day. And then we can see here that our ancestor, who was also sold into slavery by his brethren, is our ancestor. Why? Because he was also treated like cattle. First Zaki 3 and 111. And thus was Joseph taken bound into the land of a far country. And he was handled like unto one of their cattle, having no hope of rescue. Sealed portion, chapter 12, verse 55. So if you're honest, and you're not, most of you not, but don't matter about you being honest because the truth shall prevail. The Most High's word is eternal. It don't need you to verify it. Matter of fact, it exposes you as liars. But since their Roman Catholic Pope made his private attorney give this acknowledgement of us being treated like cattle for over 150 years, and they noted it, I mean, it's on the record. That's why also this is on the record, the sealed portion, chapter 12, verse 55. For it suffices me to say that we are the descendants of Joseph. Now, as part of this class action lawsuit that I've filed on high, being a representative authorized to do so, sent by the Most High himself, those within the system of the world that's above and authorized to settle these lawsuits, that's above these fraudulent venues, but they represented the de jure Israelite Americans. I'm gonna put this on the record, the Most High's word. And on the record, because I sent enough quote unquote money to receive these things and I did it in good faith, I owe nobody anything. You can't trap me into saying I owe you anything, ever can, because I've done it in good faith. Your bad faith actions is charged against you on the record. So, I'm gonna say something right here. Telling these, if you're a leader, don't try to even from the rich. Don't try to take nothing from the rich. Don't take nothing from nobody, unless it's owed you, unless it's yours. The sealed portion, chapter 27, verse 85. And your leaders, 84, and your leaders shall not receive for payment that which is greater than what they who are of majority do receive for their sustenance. And you should not seek out your leaders from among the rich and the successful pertaining to the things of this world, for they have proven themselves already by their works. See, you're still doing wicked works. Still always trying to plot and scheme. When it's already been proven everything you're doing is in bad faith, which is fraudulent and null and void. Nevertheless, those who would be your leaders, even those whom you would choose from among the poor, these should not want to take from those who are rich the desires of their hearts. For if you take from the rich the desires of their hearts, which are the fine things of the world, then you have taken away their freedom to pursue those things which cause their happiness. They don't be like them. And a wise and righteous leader among you shall respect the desires of happiness of all of those who he serveth, whether they be rich or poor. But his desires should not be for the things of this earth, but his desire should be to serve you and give you freedom to pursue your desires of happiness. That's what this is all about. And good men and wise men should observe to uphold, otherwise whatsoever is less than those cometh of evil. And I give unto you a commandment that you shall forsake all evil and cleave unto all good. See, that's why they said all evil and bad faith is null and void. He said, even the laws of these wicked is null and void. And the only thing that remains is the covenant from on high with the Father. And I give unto you a commandment that you shall forsake all evil and cleave unto all good, that you shall live by every word which proceeded forth out of the mouth of Yahweh, God. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm putting this on the record. His own word. It's eternal and it cannot return void. For he shall give unto the faithful line upon line, precept on precept. And I shall try you and prove you herewith. And whoso laid down his life in my cause for the sake of my name shall find it again, even life eternal. Therefore, do not be afraid of your enemies. For I have decreed in my heart that I will prove you in all things, whether you shall abide in my covenant, even unto death, that you may be found worthy before our Father. For if you shall not abide in my covenant, then you are not worthy of me. I heard some people in Israel, they're still teaching, speaking about we can't wait for the new covenant to come. Well, the new covenant is already here. It's called entering into the straight gate through repentance and baptism. That enters you into the new covenant with the Father that leads to eternal life. But you're out there preaching that you don't need to be baptized, so you ain't gonna ever get into the new covenant. Therefore, renounce war and proclaim peace. The Pope's private attorney already stated that we're no longer prisoners of war. And once there's no longer any prisoners of war, then the people that was held hostage can now bring forth the lawsuit. That's why I'm proclaiming the lawsuit and filing it on high with the Father. And he's already gave us the word of how to handle it. And you evil ones are far fetched. You've already done far worse than the Most High is said. So he's obligated to hold it against you and to visit you and your little devils, even your little quote unquote black devils. Therefore, renounce war and proclaim peace, and seek diligently to turn the hearts of the children to their fathers, the hearts of the fathers to their children, even according to the covenants that I have made since the beginning, lest I come and smite the whole earth with a curse, and all flesh be consumed before me. See, that's what he's talking about right now. You gotta stop playing with this Most High. You better learn some respect. For I shall find no righteousness among you, then what cause would I have that would keep me from consuming all flesh? Let not your hearts be troubled. For in the house of my Father there are many mansions, and I prepared a place for you. And where my Father and I am, there you shall also be also, if you keep my covenant, repentance and baptism, and keeping his commandments. Love him with all your mind, body, heart, and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself, Israel. That I have given unto you, and if I will, I shall chasten the nations of the earth, and will do whatever I list, if they do not repent, and observe all the things whatsoever I have said unto them. He's going to judge the nation. That's why he's going to utterly destroy you, because you take him for a joke. He's disciplined Jacob for a season. But that's why he said this. It's all on the record. This is his word. He said he has told us earlier. I gotta get back to it. Hold on, let me finish this first. Lamentations 4, 21 and 22. Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. The cup also shall pass through unto you. You shall be drunken, and you shall make yourself naked. The punishment of your iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry you away into captivity. He will visit your iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover your sins. Seal portion, chapter 27, verse 87. And good men and wise men should observe to uphold, otherwise whatsoever is less than these cometh of evil. And I give unto you a commandment, that you shall forsake all evil and cleave unto all good, that you shall live by every word which proceeded from forth out of the mouth of Yahweh God. still portion chapter 27, verse 90. For if I find no righteousness among you, then what cause would I have that would keep me from consuming all flesh? Let not your hearts be troubled, for in the house of my Father there are many mansions, and I prepared a place for you. And where my Father and I am, there shall be also, if you keep the covenant that I have given unto you. And if I will, I shall chasten the nations of the earth, and will do whatsoever I list if they do not repent and observe all the things whatsoever I have said unto them. It's his will, he's going to destroy you. Why? Because you don't listen. You don't have it in yourself. Apparently, you don't have it in you to repent. You think everything funny. Well, laugh when he destroy you. Jeremiah 30 and 11. For I am with you, says the law, to save you. Though I make a full end of all the nations whither I have scattered you, yet will I not make a full end of you, but I will correct you in measure. He just told you that's over. He's visiting their sin now. That's why they're doing the things they're doing, because they're trying to pretend like they're in control and that they still got all things together. Now they're scared. That's why they're acting out. But you're dealing with the right one now, baby. You're dealing with the Most High. And even your Roman Catholic Pope knew not to play with him. That's why he said by necessity he had to tell us who we are and what belongs to us. But I will correct you in measure, and I will not leave you altogether unpunished. Jeremiah 46:28. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant, says the law, for I am with you. For I will make a full end of all the nations whither I have driven you. But I will not make a full end of you, but correct you in measure. Yet will not leave you wholly unpunished. Jeremiah 30 and 11. For I am with you, says the Yahweh Shai, to save you. Though I make a full end of all nations whither I have scattered you, yet will I not make a full end of you. But I will correct you in measure and will not leave you altogether unpunished. Lamentations 4:21 and 22. Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. He got for telling you he's not going to make a full end of Jacob. He's going to punish us for a while, but the punishment is over. So the things you're doing through gang stalking and all that type of stuff, the things you're doing, it's not coming from him. That's coming from you. The cup also shall pass through unto you. You should be drunken and shall make yourself naked. The punishment of your iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry you away into captivity. He will visit your iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover your sins. Isaiah 54, 14 through 17. In righteousness shalt thou be established. Thou shalt be far from oppression. For thou shalt not fear from terror. It shall not come near you. Behold, they shall surely gather together, gang stalking. Esau behind it. But not by me. Whosoever shall gather together against you shall fall for your sake. That's why he's going to destroy y'all. And he told us, at least it's more than that, but I gave you 3 witnesses. That's going to happen. You know how people say, don't make me repeat myself. Most High said it 3 times. That mean he mean that. Behold, they shall surely gather together, but I didn't send them, but not by me. Whosoever shall gather together against you shall fall for your sake. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coal in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waters to destroy. No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper. Every tongue that shall rise against you in judgment, you shall condemn. That's what I'm doing right now by the word and by the confessions of the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney. The truth shall be your shield and buckler. No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against you in judgment, you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, the law. And their righteousness is of me, says the law. Ezekiel chapter 35. Moreover, the word of the law came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Mount Seir, and prophesy against it, and say unto it, Thus says Yahweh Shai, God, Behold, O Mount Seir, I am against you, and I will stretch out my hand against you, and I will make you most desolate. I will lay those cities waste, and you shall be desolate. And you shall know that I am the law. Because you has had a perpetual hatred, and has shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity, their Jacob's trouble, and even past that. Even in the time that their Jacob's trouble had an end, you continued. They're still mocking out there. But guess what? They're mocking in temporal world because that's who they were created to be. But he's an eternal God. He's already gave you their destiny. So mock all the way to destruction, Satan. It ain't gonna be so funny though when the Most High start laying hands though. And he said that your own is gonna destroy you. Because he already got them prepared for their war. Esau gonna destroy Esau. It's already written. So when you're mocking, all you're doing is showing who you are. Not hurting the Most High, not hurting his people. Because the Most High's word is eternal. It's going to happen. All you doing is showing your ass in front of the people and making yourself more naked. So yeah, that's what we talking about. Them right there. Because you has had a perpetual hatred and has shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity. Jacob's trouble, in the time that Jacob's trouble had ended, in the time that their iniquity had an end. That's why he gave you limitations. So he's visiting your sin now. Therefore, as I live, says Yahweh Shai God. That's on me. That's not how Israelites talk. That's on me. Therefore, as I live, says Yahweh Shai God, I will prepare unto you blood, and blood shall pursue you. Since thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue you. That's called justice. But you ain't gonna have no Yahweh Shai to lessen the blow, because he's not your kinsman redeemer. He's Israel. And matter of fact, this is Yahweh Shai talking, so you ain't got no salvation. You ain't got nobody to stand in the gap for you. Because Yahweh Shai is mercy and he is grace. The law came by Moses, but grace and mercy came by Yahweh Shai HaMashiach. Only thing, the bad news for you is, this is Yahweh Shai talking. And he said he gonna get with you. So you ain't got nobody standing in the gap for you. So you need to stop clowning and start need to repentance if you gonna make it at all. But it ain't in you to repent. So bye, Felicia. Therefore, as I live, says Yahweh Shai God, I'll prepare you unto blood, and blood shall pursue you, since thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue you. Thus will I make Mount Seir most desolate, and cut off from him that passes out and him that returneth. And I will fill his mountains with his slain men, and your hills and your valleys and all your rivers shall they fall that are slain by the sword. I will make you perpetual desolation. Your cities shall not return, and you shall know that I am the Lord. Because you have said, these two nations, Southern Kingdom, Northern Kingdom, and these two countries, Africa and America, shall be mine, and we will possess it, whereas the law was there. Therefore, as I live, says Yahweh Shai God, I will even do according to your anger, and according to your envy. He said he's going to get down and dirty with you, just like you are. He's going to come down from his throne on high has been the great king. He's still going to be the great king, but he's going to get down and dirty with you how you get down. He's going to do that to you. And I will do according to your anger and according to your envy, which you has used out of your hatred against them. And I will make myself known among them when I have judged you. And you shall know that I am the law, and that I have heard all your blasphemies, which thou hast spoken against the mountains of Israel, saying, they are laid desolate. They are given us to consume. Going back to the who is Esau Edom? Read some of your blasphemies. You made yourself naked by publishing stuff like this. It's written. It's in the book now. Page 46, who is Esau Edom? According to this prophecy, let's go to the top of the page. Why then were the Jews the ones destined to occupy the ancient land of God's people Israel? Some of the Israelites, Judah, Benjamin, Levi. Because it was so written in God's script. They were actually following the role of Edom. So you're just following your role. You can't help yourself. Who was to gain possession of this area? And the cold thing about it is you're so wicked, you involving your little kids in it. That's why he said he's going to destroy all of you when ones come in the gate and back to it. It seems like if you had some kind of love in your heart, you'll leave your kids out of it, at least try to spare them. But no, you got them involved in wickedness. You indoctrinated them in wickedness. Thus says Yahweh Shai God, because the enemy, Idumea, has said against you, aha, even the ancient high places are in our possession. He's got to tell you, Africa and America. America and Africa, that's really the proper order. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Shai God, surely in the fire of my jealousy have I spoken against the residue of the heathen and against all Idumea, which have appointed my land into their possession, with the joy of all their heart, with the spiteful minds to cast it out for prey. Ezekiel 36:2 and Ezekiel 36:5. Let's go in. What I'm going to do, I'm going to read all of Ezekiel. This whole chapter, 36. Ezekiel 36. Also, thou son of man, prophesy unto the mountains of Israel and say, you mountains of Israel, hear the word of the law. He's getting on the one supposed to be preaching too, later on. Thus says the Lord God, Yahweh Shai, because the enemy has said against you, aha, even the ancient high places of ours is in possession. He said, Esau said, aha, like they mocking right now. That's how you know that's who they are. All this word of prophecy coming forth that's not going to return void, and they still talking about aha. Well, keep on saying aha when the Most High getting that ass. Therefore, matter of fact, he already getting that ass because that's why you doing what you're doing. You feel the wrath coming. So you pulling everything within yourself to try to prove that you bigger and badder than the Most High. All right, keep on doing that. Because his word, he ain't even put hands on yet. He's just putting the word in that ass. And it's making you act up. Wait till you actually start putting hands on. Your aha gonna turn to Therefore, prophesying, I'm just doing what he told me to do, prophesy. Therefore, prophesy and say, thus says Yahweh Shai God, because they have made you desolate and swallowed you up on every side, that you might be in a possession unto the residue of the heathen. And you are taken up in the lips of talkers and are an infamy of the people. Therefore, you mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh Shai God. Thus says Yahweh Shai God to the mountains and to the hills and to the rivers and to the valleys and to the desolate wastes and to the cities that are forsaken, which have become a prey and derision to the residue of the heathen that are round about. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Shai God, surely in the fire of my jealousy have I spoken against the residue of the heathen and against all Idumea. See? Some people say, what kind of God is that that's jealous? No, he's jealous for his people. He's angry. He said this is out of his jealousy. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Shai God, surely in the fire of my jealousy. That's why he said, I'm going to do all this stuff for you and you're going to forsake me for their gods. You're going to protect them. When I say I'm going to destroy them because behind these stuff they're doing to you and you trying to tell me how much you love them. And they mocking you to your face and still doing it to you. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Shai God, surely in the fire of my jealousy have I spoken against the residue of the heathen and against all Idumea. All of it. Which have appointed my land into their possession with the joy of all their heart. That's a contradiction to what he said in the books of remembrance. He said they should be joyful in the joy of all of our hearts, but they changed that. That's why he's jealous. That's why he got a fiery indignation. They defied his word. With despiteful minds to cast it out as for prey. Prophesy there concerning the land of Israel, and say unto the mountains, and to the hills, and to the rivers, and to the valleys, thus says Yahweh Shai God, behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and in my fury, because you have borne the shame of the heathen. So you clinging to him, he's a Jacob should not be ashamed. But you borne the shame of the heathen because you following their ways, attaching yourself to them. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Shai God, I have lifted up my hand, surely the heathen that are about you, they shall bear their shame. He said, not might, he said they shall. So every time you see a heathen acting out, even saying little kids out, that's just them bearing their shame. Because they know what the Most High word, the word Most High don't play. But you, O mountains of Israel, you shall shoot forth your branches, and yield your fruit to my people of Israel, for they are at hand to come. For behold, I am for you, and I will turn unto you, and you shall be tilled and sown. And I will multiply men upon you, and all the house of Israel, even all of it. And the cities shall be inhabited, and the wastes shall be builded by them, the remnant of them. And I will multiply upon you man and beast, and they shall increase, they shall increase and bring fruit. And I will settle you after your old estates. And I will do better unto you than at your beginnings. He spelled estates, small Estates. And I will settle you after your old estates. That's called old money. He's not talking about, money you might be included in it, but I'm talking about everything that's yours. You know how they talk about the rich now? They always wealthy because they dealing in old money. I'm just using that term just to make you understand what he's talking about. That's what we're talking about right now. I'm making this class action suit against him right now that he's already settled. And his word cannot return void. And Michael should help me. But then the Pope Francis of the Roman Catholic Church, a proud attorney, said they're giving you back estates and estates without any debt, encumbrance, or any such thing. They're giving you back to you what the Most High gave you and what they stole from you. I'm so grateful that they did what they did, made me make another video. The Most High gave me some more goods today to share with his people. They meant it for evil. The Most High always means it for our good. Daniel 7:22, until the Ancient of Days came, and judgments was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. That time already came. But you, O mountains of Israel, you shall shoot forth your branches, and you shall yield your fruit to my people of Israel, for they're at hand to come. For behold, I am for you, and I will turn unto you, and you shall be tilled and sown. And I will multiply men upon you, all the house of Israel, even all of it. And the city shall be inhabited, and the waste shall be builded. And I will multiply upon you man and beast, and they shall increase and bring fruit. And I will settle you after your old estates, and I will do better unto you than at your beginnings. And you shall know that I am God. Yeah. I will cause men to walk up upon you, even my people Israel, and they shall possess you. And you shall be their inheritance. And thou shalt no more and henceforth berave them of men. So you're not going to be destroying us anymore. He said they're going to possess the remnant of Edom and the rest of the nations that's with them. Going to own them. See, the Most High sat back. He had a long time to think about this thing. He was thinking about how he going to rub your face in it, Esau. This is a well thought out, documented plan So you keep on talking about aha. Because you know the remnant of you left, you're going to be left to these Israelites. So you keep on saying aha. The Most High going to allow your aha to be forever and ever and ever. Amen. Think about that when you're saying aha from now on. You might be saying aha right now, but your aha ain't going to be forever. This is your final judgment. Your aha going to be please But anybody going to have no mercy on you because you've been saying aha. Thus says Yahweh God, because they say unto you, your land devoured up men and has bereaved thy nations. Therefore thou shalt devour men no more, neither bereave your nations anymore, says Yahweh God. Neither will I cause men to hear in you the shame of the heathen anymore. Neither shalt thou bear the reproach of the people anymore. Neither shall not thou cause your nation to fall anymore, says Yahweh God. Moreover, the word of Yahweh Shai, now I'm going to rub it in a little bit, Jesus. The one y'all called Jesus thought he was European. Nah, this is Yahweh Shai, the Israelite, the line of the tribe of Judah. This is the reality of it. You still love Jesus? Moreover, the word of Yahweh Shai, the law, came unto me, saying, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own way and by their doings. Their way was before me as the uncleanness of a removed woman, the uncleanness of a put away woman. Therefore I poured my fury upon them for the blood that they had shed upon the land, and for their idols with which they had polluted. That's why I say he's going to punish you for a while, but it's over. Now he's visiting Esau's sin. Except for you Israelites who still want to partake of Esau's sin, then you still going to be judged with Esau. And see, one thing about it, don't fear Esau, because Esau can't pull you into their sins. But no matter what kind of witchcraft and sorcery they do and mind tricks, really, it's their minds is the ones that are being tricked. Because his word going to come forth like he says it's going to come forth regardless of what they do. They can do 10 round off flip-flop backs, put a stick up their butt, blow out the snot, do another round off flip-flop, this time, that time, this witchcraft, time sorcery, time spell. Still ain't going to change a thing. And I scattered them among the heathen, and they were dispersed through the countries. He's telling you Israel is scattered everywhere. But one thing about it, he said they should never grow pale. Not now, not ever. They ain't going to never be a European. Because I heard some people talking about it. Well, Tom Brady could probably be a Jake. You never know. Nah, Tom Brady is not a Jake. Tom Brady is a Freemason. And I scattered them among the heathen, and they were dispersed through the countries. According to their way, according to their doings, I judged them. And when they entered into the heathen, whither they went, they profaned my holy name. when they said to them, these are the people of the law, and are gone forth out of his land. See, the heathen are those people over there, we call them Israel right now, who are not even Shemitic, but always talking about you anti-Shemitic. How can you be anti-Semitic when you are Shem? You are the name. But these people defiled his name. And you in agreement with them, talking about, yeah, that's Israel. And when you are Israel. But I had pity on mine holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned among the heathen, whither they went. Therefore say unto the house of Israel, thus says the law, Yahweh Shai God, I do not this for your sake, O house of Israel, but for mine holy name's sake. He said, not because you so righteous or so wicked. He said, I did this for my holy name's sake, because I made promises to the covenants to your ancestors who are righteous. Therefore say unto the house of Israel, thus says the Yahweh Shai God, I do not do this for your sakes, O house of Israel, but for my own holy name's sake, my word's sake, which you have profaned among the heathen whither you went. And I will sanctify my great name. I was dreaming and woke up. Now it makes more sense why he kept putting my name, put on my mind. He said, I have put my word above my name. He does this for his word's sake. Then he said about our deliverer, he said, he shall be called the word of Yahweh. It makes sense now why I dreamed that. I was wondering, what does that mean? Couldn't get really. I was asleep, but I really couldn't get no rest because that kept on being in my mind. My word is above my name. See, he do it for his word's sake. Psalm 132, 38, 22, and 24. I will worship towards thy holy temple and praise thy name for thy loving kindness and for thy truth. For thou hast magnified thy word above all thy name. In the day whence I cried, thou answered me and strengthened me with the strength of my soul. All the kings of earth shall praise you, O the deliverer, O law, when they hear the words of your mouth. Philippians 2 and 9. Wherefore God has highly exalted him and given him a name which is above every name. Here's some other names they call him. Just people that's telling you got to be this name or that name. No, we telling you the name right now. For his name's sake. That's why he saved Jacob. That's why Jacob is not consumed. His word's sake. For it will not return void because he's not a liar. He's not a man that can lie. That's why he whoops you, Jacob. Because he can't stand you when being disobedient, but he still got to do good to you for his name's sake. His word. For unto us a child is born. Unto us a son is given. The government shall be upon his shoulder. And his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace. But he gave him a name above all those names. This is the fullness of the gospel. Revelation 19 and 12. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, many titles, many names. The book of Remembrance tells he's called the many names one. And he had a name written that no man knew but himself. This is the name. What is his father's name? What is his name, if you can tell? And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. For this reason, Jacob, you are not consumed, because I got to keep my word. Malachi 3, 6 through 7. For I am the law, I change not. Therefore, you sons of Jacob are not consumed. See, that's why they try to change the word. As if he's not powerful enough to see that coming and already have a design to stop the wicked from their wickedness. That's why he waited to give us the fullness of the gospel at this time. And then made them give it to us. Look what kind of powerful God is that? All right, so you bastards want to play. All right. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do, and you ain't gonna better stop it. Just like in the karate movies. I'm gonna take this right foot, left foot, and I'm gonna put it on your left shoulder before I kick you. And they still couldn't stop it. He made them ride around, calling themselves elders, and don't even know the words is in the book they given us. Knowing that the scriptures say that Jacob should never grow pale. That's in the same book they gave us. And they still gave it to us. That's because the Most High made it give it to us. Just like he made their Roman Catholic Pope say the stuff he said. Because they're dealing with the Most High. Nobody play with the Most High that got good sense. For I am the Lord, I change not. Therefore, you sons of Jacob are not consumed, even from the days of your fathers. You are gone away from mine ordinances and have not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return unto you, says the law of hosts. If my people, who are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sins, and then I will heal their land. Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. See, he's God, and he's also in the flesh a prophet. Son of man. He just tells, he said, I always say the things that please my Father, because I always tell you the words he tell me to tell you. That's why Yahweh is not a man that should lie. Neither is Yahweh Shai, the Son of Man, to tell lies, because we only say the words that Yahweh said. Line upon line, precept on precept. Therefore, we don't have to repent. Because people get mad at you because you say his words. Because they're his words. That don't require no repentance. If people get angry. That's what he sent us to do. To tell you his words. Prophesy. Has he said and shall he not do it? Has he said and shall he not do it? Or has he spoken and shall it not make it good? And has he spoken and shall he not make it good? He said, I do it for my name's sake. He said, y'all unfaithful, but 2 Timothy 2:13. I'm just gonna, it's still saying the same thing, so I'm just gonna read the New King James Version. He said, if we are faithless, he remains faithful. He cannot deny himself. For his name's sake, his word's sake. That's why it says, thus says the Amen, the faithful, the first creation of God, the faithful witness. You can trust what Yahweh Shai say. And if his prophets say what Yahweh Shai say, because we are an extension of him, you can trust his prophets. That's why I give it to you, line upon line, precept on precept. It might not come out how I used to believe it to be, but once I learned how to deliver the message and just say what he say, it makes people angry because it's not the Christianity they was taught. And I'm not preaching Christianity. That's the Europeans' doctrine. And when they entered into the heathen, you're going back to Ezekiel 36 and 20. And when they, see, I wasn't even intending on bringing all this out, but I was just led by the Spirit. And when they entered into the heathen, whither they went, they profaned my holy name. When they said to them, these are the people of the law and are gone forth out of this land. But I had pity for mine holy name, and his name should be called the Word of God, which the house of Israel had profaned among the heathen whither they went. Therefore say unto the house of Israel, thus says the deliverer God, Yahweh Shai, I did not do this for your sake, O house of Israel, but for my name's sake, which you have profaned among the heathen whither you went. Father, now that I have the truth, I truly am repentant. I've repented time and time again, but I know I have to do all that. But I just want you to let you know I'm really sorry for profaning your name among the heathen. I didn't even know what profaning your name among the heathen was about. Thank you for your mercy and your grace. Thank you for your great name's sake. And I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen, which you have profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen shall know that I am the law, says Yahweh Shai God, when I shall sanctify in you before their eyes. See, that's why people like me, he's made holy and righteous right before your eyes. He's made intelligent right before your eyes. I'm not talking about intelligence of the world, but his type of intelligence. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all of the countries, and I will bring you into your own land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and you shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put in within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my statutes, and you shall keep my judgments and do them. And you shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. See, portion chapter 79 said America was given to our fathers. Matter of fact, our ancient father, Adam, came from America. And Cain was given the eastern country. You shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. And you should be my people, and I will be your God. But at the same time, he said he scattered us to every nation. He said he's going to put a full end to all to the nations, but not to Jacob. So what's going to be left? Jacob. On all over the land. And then you still got Esau saying, aha. You keep on saying, aha. You're not mocking my words. You're dealing with the Almighty. Matter of fact, as we told you in Lamentations 4 and 21 to 22, keep saying aha. I will also save you from all of your uncleanness, and I will call for the corn and will increase it, and I will lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree and the increase of the field, and that you should receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. Then shall you remember your own evil ways and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abominations. That's true repentance. Not for your sakes do I do this, says Yahweh God, but be it known unto you, be ashamed and confounded of your own ways, O house of Israel. Thus says Yahweh God, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the waste shall be builded. See, after he destroyed Esau, he's going to restore Israel's dominion. That's what he's done already. Through his word. Through the necessity given by the devil to tell you the word has been fulfilled. It all starts out in the spirit. The word. My word is spirit, and it is truth. And the desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lay desolate in the sight of all that passed by. And then shall they say, this land that was desolate is become like the Garden of Eden. That's why the post-private attorney said, you're able to now to return home whole, to leave the illusion of the color of law, to come back to the covenant, which is the real law, to the real America, the de jure America. And then there was no more sea to govern over you. And they shall say, this land that was desolate has become like the Garden of Eden. And the waste and the desolate and the ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that I, the law, build the ruined places, and plant that was desolate. I, the law, have spoken it, and I will do it. Thus says Yahweh God, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel to do it for them. And I will increase them with men like a flock, as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem in her solemn feast. So shall the waste cities be filled with flocks of men, and they shall know that I am the law. Now, tell you about how Esau has made himself naked. Back to who is Esau Edom, page 46. Why then were the Jews the ones destined to be occupied the ancient lands of God's people, Israel? Because it was so written in God's script. They were actually following the role of Edom, who was to gain possession of this area. Thus says Yahweh God, because the enemy, Idumea, has said against you, aha, even the ancient high places are ours in possession. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Shai God, surely in the fire of my jealousy I have spoken against the residue of the heathen, and against all Idumea, which is appointed my land into their possession, with the joy of all their heart, and with despiteful minds to cast it out for prey. According to this prophecy, there would be a time that the enemy of Israel would say in contempt and ridicule to Israel, we have the ancient high places in our possession. Verse 5 identifies that God is speaking here against all Idumea, which is Edom. This is their own book. But they still tell a lot of lies and try to, but the truth has set our minds free so we can decipher what is the truth and what is not. Because now we have line upon line, precept on precept. There thus would be a time when Edom would possess the ancient lands of Israel. While Edom occupied parts of Judea at one time, they never had possession of this land at any time in the biblical history, not even when Herod was ruler. If Palestine was destined to be possessed by Edom, then the Jews must be Edom. And through their Zionist plans are fulfilling prophecy about Edom, not about Israel. The Zionist Jews have hidden their Edomite identity, true role of Palestine, by claiming they are Israel returning to Zion. However, the prophecies concerning Zion and New Jerusalem had already been fulfilled in America even before the word Zionism was coined by the Jews in 1890. The Jews are indeed fulfilling prophecy in Palestine, but it is the role of Esau Edom. They're acting out not that Jacob Israel. As Edom, the Jews' action in the entire Zionist movement, whether knowingly or not, was to possess the land of God gave up to the heathen. Preachers continue to harp on the subject matter of Jews in Palestine, despite the fact that God said he would abandon that land and would do to Jerusalem as I have done in Shiloh. Jeremiah 7:14. God forsook the tabernacle of Shiloh, Psalms 78 and 60, with the Babylonian captivity of Jerusalem and the destruction of the Temple of Solomon in 586 BC. God had forsaken the old city of Jerusalem and will never rebuild his temple there. I'll make this house like Shiloh, and I will make this city, Jerusalem, a curse to all the nations of the earth. Jeremiah 26 and 6. See also verse 9. Jeremiah was nearly put to death for giving this revelation of God against Jerusalem. Christ also said Jerusalem was to be left desolate. Matthew 23:37 through 39. God has thus abandoned the ancient high places in old Palestine. When Israel inhabited the land, it was described as a land flowing with milk and honey. Exodus 3:8 and 17 and Leviticus 20:24. Ancient history identifies this land as being rich, fertile, and as part of the feudal crescent. Look at it as today. It is a wasteland, barren and desert-like. No significant lifestyle could be maintained on this land as in the days of old. Only by continued confusions of money, aid, and technology from the Christian West are the Jews able to survive. He's talking about the Israelis. What greater evidence need there be to prove that it is not the great and beautiful Zion of prophecy? And that God had abandoned this land and chose another for his people. Thus, the actions on the part of the Jews, such as the rebuilding of Solomon's temple or building in Jewish immigrants from all parts of the world, have no relevance to Israel. or to their role of prophecy in Scripture. Now, I'm going to page 69 until I stop. Same book. So with the dominion of Esau. Throughout history, the white European race has easily ruled over all other races and has surpassed them in technology and industry, while none have been able to subdue them. This dominance of the white race over of others is an earmark of the blessings of the birthright. The law shall cause thine enemies to rise up against you, to be smitten before your face. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. See how they twist the scripture? And the law shall make you the head and not the tail. This was actually the curses that came along through the real Israelites not obeying the commandments. This is what caused this to happen. But they tried to take it as if it was the Most High saying they was the blessed nation. Most High said they're the border of wickedness, the people of his curse. The law shall cause thine enemies to rise up against you, to be smitten before your face. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. And the law shall make you the head and not the tail. And you shall be above only, and you shall not be beneath, if that you hearken unto the commandments of the law of your God. Now you know they ain't never kept no commandments of God, which I commanded you this day to observe and to do them. Deuteronomy 28:7 and 28:13. What race of people easily rule over all other people? See, they boasting against the Most High's word. They boasting against his people. When a white ancestors, he said when their white ancestors were coming into the light of God's word and the Reformation was sweeping Europe, their Anglo-Saxon people began to go to other continents. See how they make themselves naked? Most High already predicted this. They would make themselves naked. Everything they do and they boast, they make themselves naked. Because when you use the line upon line precept, instructions, commandment of his word, which is spirit and it is truth, he said, these people, the people, his true people, should worship in spirit and in truth. So when you do it that way, now you can see that they lying. There are many cases in history where a handful of white European people have conquered or put to flight a great multitude of colored races. At one time, Britain had control of all of India with less than 30,000 soldiers. When Attila the Hun, known as the Scourge of God, had subjugated all of Asia, he decided to extend his barbaric dominion to the west into Gaul. The Visigoths, under King Theodoric, defeated the Huns in the Battle of Chalons during the settling of South Africa by British and Dutch. A group of some 460 colonists were encircled by 30,000 Zulu warriors. The Afrikaners, that's the white European Africans, that's really where they come from. Cain was given the land of the East. The Afrikaner colonists prayed and made a covenant with God, asking him, that wasn't the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that was Satan. You can read it, the sealed portion, chapter 79. The Afrikaner colonists prayed and made a covenant with God, asking him to give our enemy into our hand that we might be victorious over him. At the end of the historic Battle of Blood River, not a single colonist was injured, but the Zulus lost 12,000 warriors. When Santa Anna marched into Texas with the aims to kill all the white gringos in the land, his well-trained and supplied army of 1,300 was defeated by 600 volunteers under General Sam Houston in a battle that lasted only 20 minutes. During the Mexican War of 1847, Santa Anna sent 20,000 troops to destroy the American forces under General Zachary Taylor. But Taylor, with an army of 1/4 of the size of Santa Anna's, drove the Mexicans back into the hotly contested Battle of Buena Vista, February 23rd, 1847. It says, see David S. Musi, An American History, Jen and Company, 1933, page 277. Santa Anna retreated southward to defend Mexico City with a force of 30,000 soldiers. But General Winfield Scott, with an army of about 10,000, entered the Mexican capital, subdued its forces, and raised the flag over the palace of the Montezumas. The colored race Mexico was forced to cede half of its territory, where the Most High, through the acknowledgments of the Roman Catholic Pope, has given it back. The colored race Mexico was forced to cede half of its territory, including California, Arizona, Texas, and New Mexico, into the hands of the white race of the United States. They said America, but I'm going to take that bad name off America. Thus was fulfilled the promise of Jacob, Israel. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemy shall fall before you by the sword. Leviticus 26:8. History is full of instances where the colored races, the true Israelites, could not stand up against God's Israel people. Why? Because God had given them dominion over other peoples. So why are you mad when you find out the truth that God had given Israel dominion over other people, and he called us the chosen people and said that we shall rule over all people? You said that about you, but now that you found out you're not these people, now all of a sudden you want to say it's anti-Semitism or it's hate speech. This not hate speech? Boasting about it. History is full of many instances where the colored races could not stand up against God's Israel people. Why? Because God had given them dominion. This is page 71. And who is Esau? The dominion of Esau. Who is Esau Edom? Because God had given them dominion over other peoples, from Adam to Seth. And we've proven through the books of remembrance and the Rice crying out that all these people are quote unquote Negroes. Because God has given them dominion over other peoples, from Adam to Seth, to Noah, to Abraham, to Jacob. Okay. Now you're going to force me to go back to my favorite scripture. You brought up Abraham. We go to the sealed portion. Part of the Mormon books that prove to you this is the true Israelite doctrine book that was in the hand of Esau, that the Most High may give it back to us. that we can rightly interpret it. All right, let me go into see a portion, chapter 35. And 128. He brought up Abraham, that he said Abraham was a white man, was a European. But the fullness of the gospel says otherwise. Seal portion 35 and 128. He said, your sin is naked now, Esau. He's visiting your sin now. You made yourself naked. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Shai, who redeemed Abraham. He just brought up Abraham. He said Abraham was a white man. Concerning the house of Jacob. Jacob should not now be ashamed. You ain't got to be ashamed that you out there bringing the truth out, saying that you're Israel. You're not anti-Semitic. They can't blame you for that. They made themselves naked by telling a lie. Jacob shall not now be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale. His face shall not now wax pale. Pale, the description of pale, adjective. Early 14th century, of human skin or complexion, of a whitish appearance, bloodless, pallid. Pale, light colored. Pale, pallid, wan, colorless. From pallere, be pale, or grow pale. Jacob's face should not be pale, nor should it ever grow pale. What is he talking about when he mean pale? Pale face from 14th century. They came over in 1492. Pale face, suppose translating the typical North. He just told you they were the Afrikaans. Suppose translating the typical North American Indian word for European. Is attested from 1822 in American English. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Shai, who redeemed Abraham, concerning the house of Jacob, Jacob should not now be ashamed. Neither shall his face now or ever wax pale. Or never was pale. He was never a European and never shall be. But when he seeth his children, the work of my hands, in the midst of him they shall sanctify my name for my name's sake, and sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and shall fear the God of Israel. They also that erred in the spirit shall come to understanding, and they that murmur shall learn doctrine. So we see they were lying again. And they boasting against the Most High. He already told you that's why he knew he gonna do this to you. History is full of many instances. The dominion of Esau, that's what they had. That's the title of the page. History is full of instances where the colored races could not stand up against God's Israel people. Why? Because God had given dominion over other peoples. From Adam to Seth, to Noah, to Abraham, to Jacob. The birthright included the right to govern or rule. That's by their own acknowledgement. So don't get mad when I keep reading scripture to you how even the Pope's private attorney, Pope Francis, the Roman Catholic Pope Francis private attorney told you this, that the birthright that we are really heir to. While Israel, white nations, stop lying, would have this right of dominion, it was conditional on Israel abiding by God's laws. So now you know you're lying. If that race departs too far from God's law, then Yahweh Shai allows you to be smitten before your enemies. The stranger, alien that is among you shall get up high above you, very high, and you shall come down very low. He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He should be the head, and you should be the tail. The heathen races, knowing that this is a relationship God has with Jacob, Israel, have often attempted to use it to their advantage and gain dominion over Israel by their seducing and deceiving them into violating God's law. See, they're telling you what they're making us, trying to make us do. Because God told us not to allow the heathen in our land or make covenants with them. That's why the Most High said you got to go. By your own acknowledgments. Exodus 23, 32 to 33, and Deuteronomy 7, 1 through 5. Ezekiel chapter 35, verse 7, on down. Thus will I make Mount Seir most desolate, and cut off from it him that passes out, him that returneth. And I will fill his mountains with his slain men, in your hills and in your valleys. And in all the rivers they shall fall that are slain with the sword. And I will make you perpetual desolation, and your cities shall not return, and you shall know that I am the Lord. Because you have said, these two nations, southern kingdom and the northern kingdom, and these two countries, Africa and America, shall be mine, and we will possess it, whereas the law was there. That's why they call you African Americans. Therefore, as I live, says Yahweh Shai God, I will even do according to your anger and according to your envy, which thou hast used out of your hatred against them. And I will make myself known among them when I have judged you. And you shall know that I am the law and that I have heard all of your blasphemies. We just read a lot of it right there in the book of who is Esau Edom. And thou shalt know that I am the law and that I have heard all of your blasphemies which you have spoken against the mountains of Israel, saying they are laid desolate. They are given us to consume. So you say, well, the Most High said he's going to do this to you because you were disobedient. He said, but he didn't tell you to do that, what you did, though. He said, you continue doing it even after Jacob's trouble was over. Thus with your mouth you have boasted against me, and have multiplied your words against me. I have heard them. Thus says Yahweh Shai God, when the whole earth rejoiceth, I will make you desolate. He's the whole world. He's telling the whole earth to rejoice over your desolation. Just like you was doing, boasting. Talking about, aha. As thou didst rejoice at the inheritance of the house of Israel because it was desolate, so will I do unto you. You shall be desolate, O Mount Seir, and all Idumea, even all of it. And they shall know that I am the Lord. Going back to the sealed portion, chapter 27, verse 90. For if I shall find no righteousness among you, talking about Israel, then what cause would I have that I would keep me from consuming all flesh? Let not your hearts be troubled, for in the house of my Father there are many mansions, and I prepared a place for you. And where my Father and I am, there you shall be also, if you keep the covenant that I have given unto you. And if I will chasten the nations of the earth, and I will do whatever I list. He already told you he's going to destroy them. This is the only hope they got. If they do not repent and observe all things whatsoever I have said unto them. See, their salvation is not immortal, not eternal salvation. Their salvation is just to be left alive. A remnant of them. To serve you, Israel. That's their salvation. Because they said, aha. And again, I say unto you, if you observe to do whatever I command you, I, Yahweh Shai, shall turn away all the wrath and indignation from you, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against you. Now I speak unto you concerning the families that you have set up among you, and also the nations which exist because of these families, which you have set up contrary to the commandments that I have given unto you. But because you have desired these things, I have suffered that, or I allowed that you should remain among you, that they should remain among you, according to the desires of your hearts. And if any nation shall rise up and smite you once, and you bear it patiently, we way fast all this stuff. And if any nation shall rise up and smite you once, and you bear it patiently and revile not against them, neither seek revenge, you shall be rewarded. But if you bear it not patiently, it shall be counted unto you as being meted out as a just measure unto you. And again, if your enemy shall smite you the second time, and you revile not against your enemy, and bear it patiently, your reward shall be 100-fold. But if you bear it not patiently, even this second time, then you should be justified in your actions. But you should receive no reward from me. And again, if your enemy shall smite you the third time and you bear it patiently, your reward should be doubled unto fourfold. This is where we at now. These three testimonies shall stand against your enemy, if he repent not. It should not be blotted out, and I shall remember them always. He already told you, said, I've heard them, what you said. He remembered it always. He remembered to the point now he said he's going to come get with you. And the only way a remnant of you going to be saved because you have to do what he's telling you here. You have to repent. And I shall remember them always and bring my vengeance upon them for your sake. And now, verily I say unto you, if that enemy shall escape my vengeance, that he be not brought unto judgment before me in the flesh, then you shall see to it that you warn him That he warned him in my name, his name's sake. That he come no more upon you, neither upon your families or your nation, until the third and fourth generation. And these devils is constantly sending out their little kids to do evil. They walking right there right now. They just want the attention. I'm giving them the attention. Well, be scared to tell you what the Most High say. That's why he gonna get rid of you, because you don't respect his word. And then if he shall come upon you, so this is a big joke to them. But nevertheless, I'm still tell you what he said. And then if he shall come upon you, I have delivered him, I delivered your enemy into your hands. And you can do unto them that which you shall desire to protect yourselves from him, or destroy him before you. But if you shall spare him, you shall be rewarded for your righteousness. Nevertheless, your enemy is in your hands. And if you reward him according to his works, then you are justified before me. Yeah. See, I'm destroying him with the word. I'm justified in prophesying against him, rejoicing in the Most High for his word of what he's going to do to him. Because he through his actions, he's been delivered into my hands to prophesy against him and his little kids. Yeah. If he assaults your lives, and your lives and your freedom are endangered by him, then he is in your hands and you are justified. Behold, this is the law that I've caused to be given to all my prophets. Now I've commanded them to teach these things unto the children of men and all of the nations of the earth. And again, this is the law that I've given unto them, that they should counsel with the leaders of the nations, that they should not go out unto the battle against any nation, kindred, tongue, or people, save I, Yahweh Shai, commander. But I do not want my children to hurt one another, Israel. But that they should love their enemies and do good unto them. Nevertheless, because of the power of Satan, it is necessary at times that the righteous defend themselves against that which is evil. And if any nation, tongue, or people should proclaim war against them, they should first lift up a standard of peace unto that people, nation, or tongue. And if that people do not accept the offering of peace, neither the second nor the third time, then shall the testimonies of which I have spoken be brought before me. It's brought before him. That's what we're doing. That's part of this message. Then I, Yahweh Shai, shall give unto them a commandment and justify them in going out to battle against that nation, tongue, or people in defense of their freedom. That's what this is all about. But we're being freed not by sword, but by the word. First, the word that never returns void, which is the Most High's word. And then the God of this world, who took his name, the Vicar of Christ, off of the dominion of Most High's people and set us free according to the word of the Most High. He only has power over his own dominion. But the children of Israel are free. It starts out in the spirit and will manifest in the temporal. And only in the defense of their freedom and shall they fight. That's what we right now. I'm fighting right now with the word. The fight is over though. For the Ancient of Days already gave the verdict. For there is a people or a nation or a tongue that does not desire the freedoms. That's why I tried to tell you, oh, you're already free, Israel, but I can't force it on you. That's why only the elect have achieved it and the rest were blinded. For if there is a people or a nation or a tongue that does not desire the freedoms or the laws or the constitution of freedom, then they shall not be forced to accept these freedoms or these laws or this constitution. Some people want to be slaves. That's your right to do. But as for me and my house, we shall serve the law. Most High's law. And there should never be a war of the offense given by my command. And if you have abided by my commandments concerning these things, then I, Yahweh Shai, shall fight your battles. And the battles of your children and the battles of the children of your children, until they have avenged themselves on all their enemies to the third and fourth generation. Behold, this is an example unto all people, says Yahweh Shai, God, your God, for justification before me. For I shall never command you contrary to the law of the gospel that I have given unto you. Nevertheless, I shall not allow you to be destroyed if you are abiding in the law of the gospel, which is the covenant that I have given unto your fathers. And again, verily I say unto you, if after your enemy has come upon you the first time, and he repented and cometh unto you praying for your forgiveness, you shall forgive him. You shall hold it no more as a testimony against your enemy. And this you shall do unto the second time and the third time. And if your enemy repented of the trespass wherein he has trespassed against you, you shall forgive him until 70 times 7. And if your enemy trespasses against you and repented not the first time, see, there's different type of enemies though. You have an enemy that has a perpetual hatred towards you. He already told you that enemy will get destroyed. And the only way for that enemy, for any kind of deliverance at all, I mean, remaining alive, because he's going to destroy all nations. He already said it. Is they got to give you back 4 times what they taking. But your brother, you give them 70 times 7. If they truly repent. Nevertheless, I shall not allow you to be destroyed if you are abiding in the law of the gospel, which is the covenant that I have given unto your fathers. And again, verily I say unto you, if after your enemy has come upon you the first time and he repented and cometh unto you praying for your forgiveness, you shall forgive him and shall hold it no more as a testimony against your enemy. And this you shall do unto the second time, the third time, and often as the enemy repented of the trespass whereas he has trespassed against you, you shall forgive him unto 70 times 7. And if your enemy trespasses against you and repented not the first time, nevertheless you shall forgive him. And if your enemy trespasses against you and repented not the second time, nevertheless you shall not forgive him. Go back to verse 108 because I think I misspoke. Seal portion chapter 27, verse 108. And if your enemy trespass against you and repented not the first time, nevertheless you shall forgive him. And if your enemy trespasses against you and repented not the second time, nevertheless you shall forgive him. And if your enemy trespasses against you and repented not the third time, you shall also forgive him. But if he trespasses against you the fourth time, and he repented not for that which he has done, then you shall not forgive him, but shall bring these testimonies before Yahweh Shai, and they shall not be blotted out before me until he repented and rewarded to you fourfold in all things wherewith he has trespassed against you. And if he doeth this, you shall forgive him with all your heart. But if he doeth not do this, then I, Yahweh Shai, will avenge you and your enemy. Then I, Yahweh Shai, will avenge you of your enemy 100-fold, and upon his children, and the children of his children. See, that's why I wasn't trying to be mean when I was saying what I said. I was speaking about, I was judging according to the equity of the word. So when I was talking about when they got these little white devils walking out there doing what they're doing, that's why I said that. I didn't say that out of envy or hurt out of my heart. I said that based on righteousness of the word. And these little white devils been doing that a lot of times around here. Mocking. So I'm only telling you what the Most High said. Even some little black devils been doing it. And if you do it this, you shall forgive him with all of your heart. But if you do it this, if you do not do this, then I, Yahweh Shai, will avenge you of your enemy 100-fold upon his children and the children of his children, of all of them that hate me, unto the third and fourth generation. But if the children of your enemy repent, or the children of his children, and turn to Yahweh Shai, their God, with all of their heart, with all their might, mind, and strength, and restore fourfold for all their trespasses wherever they have trespassed, then your indignation shall be turned away from them, and you shall remember no more the trespass of their fathers against you. And vengeance shall no more come upon them, says Yahweh Shai, your God. And their trespass shall never be brought any more as a testimony before Yahweh Shai against them. And now I, Moroni, have included these commandments of Yahweh Shai, which he has suffered to be given unto us because of the wickedness of the trespasses that are prevalent among the children of men. And it is the nations with the most evil leaders that take an offense against another nation. And the purpose of this offense is for gain. For they desire this gain that they might not work by the sweat of their own brow. And they love the honor and the praise of those whom they subject to their laws, which laws are set up to protect their riches and their honor and their glory among men. All right, now I'm going to go to the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney and give you what she said, although what she says does not free us. Is what she said that agrees with the Most High's words that frees us. The Most High is the one who has freed us. Just removing, they like attention, so I'll tell you. Removing the adult sites that they put on the comment line. All right, let's see. Let's get it to action. All right, this was the Roman Catholic Pope's civil orders to all his employees. All those E states and S states erroneously believed to represent the Americans, which were conveyed by fraud and legal deceit to the United States of America, a minor. Talking about the corporation. More recently to the city-state of the United Nations, are revenued without exception to the geographical defined American, where they should remain in perpetuity as assets belonging to the rightful and lawful beneficiaries. All legal fiction entities, however structured and named after the Americans, are returned to them and their control, free and clear of any debt, promise, encumbrance, or obligation alleged against them as a result of false claims made in behalf by officers of the United States of America Incorporated and United States Inc., or by any foreign official operating the United States of America minor or United Nations city states falsely claiming to represent them or have jurisdiction over them. We note that the current circumstances is in part the result of criminal acts engaged in 150 years ago, which resulted in the commercial enslavement of African Americans, who were summarily claimed as chattels back in U.S. government debt. That's why the sealed portion tells us that now it's a fact that we know that we are the descendants of Joseph. We note that the current circumstances is in part the result of criminal act engaged in 150 years ago, which resulted in the commercial enslavement of African Americans who were summarily claimed as chattels back in U.S. government debt in the wake of Civil War. Despite of every act of abolition and declaration of prohibition against both peonage and slavery, it has been the policy of the United States government to enslave its citizens, to operate as a rogue state among the nations of the world. Instead of freeing African Americans, the sum total result of Civil War was to vastly expand public sector ownership of slaves, giving rise to the outrageous and improper claims that have been made against the Americans that we are dealing with today. It's another civil order to their Roman Catholic Pope's private attorneys, through his private attorneys to their employees. American Negroes have in the past been considered U.S. citizens because that is the only citizenship they were ever granted after the Civil War, a grave travesty of justice that resulted in them having only civil rights, which are only privileges granted by the U.S. Congress, the corporation. Instead of the natural and unalienable rights they are really heir to. They were also claimed as chattel back in the depths of the United States prohibition abolishing slavery and peonage. Here's another document she put. Why is the Pope engaged in a campaign to promote the politics of the impostors? The simple answer as to why the Pope comes to America is that he was invited to address the Congress by the House of Majority Speaker. That's usually how foreign dignitaries show up in front of Congress, and this is no exception. The more practical answer is that America is in deep kimchi because of the malfeasance and breach of trust by members of Congress. The Pope, as the global trustee, has been the right and the responsibility to address this ongoing criminality, both in general and in specific terms. Everyone guesses, good as the next, how he will approach this and what the exact context of this message will be. First, there are no imposters per se. It isn't as simple as that. Well, like she's trying to do some cover up on that letter. I ain't gonna read that one. Keep in mind, the Most High's word, Most High's covenant overrules all color of law. Anna von Ritz, the Roman Catholic Pope private attorney, the end of the 400 years of European meddling and predation in America. In March, the IMF's Governmental Services Corporation, doing business as the United States, Inc., went insolvent. It was entered into Chapter 11 without naming a successor to contract. That left the federal side of the Constitution vacant and flapping in the wind. The intention of the perpetrator is obvious. The intention of the perpetrators is obvious. They meant to void the Constitution once and for all. So what to do? Well, the Most High's word supersedes her words. Only thing that I'm interested in sharing with you here is the words that she say that the Pope, their Pope, agreed with the Most High's word. Anything that she tries to put in there that's against his word is null and void. The intention of the perpetrators is obvious. They meant to void the Constitution once and for all. So what to do? We'd already delivered due process to the IMF, DBA, United States, and its franchises, resulting in a proper judgment of commercial and administrative default. We had already entered into a properly constructed claim in commerce to claim back all the assets naturally belonging to the American people. Who are the American people? Let's just go to Webster's definition of who the American people are. Let's go to origin first. Webster's 1828 definition of origin. The first existence or beginning of anything, that is, as the origin of Rome in history is necessary and practical to trace all events to their origin, fountain, source, cause, that from which anything primarily proceeds, that which gives existence or beginning. The apostasy is believed. That's what we're talking about right now, getting rid of the apostasy. They came out of Rome. Fountain, source, cause, that from which anything primarily proceeds, that which gives existence or beginning. The apostasy is believed to have been the origin of moral evil. The origin of many of our customs is lost in antiquity. Well, we got it back. Nations, like individuals, are ambitious to trace their descent from an honorable origin. So they brought the word descent. So let's go to race. Race, same 1828 dictionary. The lineage of a family or continued series of descendants from a parent who is called the stock. A race is the series of descendants indefinitely. We found out the Gentile now don't ever grow pale. Never has been pale. Never been a European. So Anna Von Ricks cannot say that she's us. Thus all mankind are called the race of Adam. It's just that their testimony supports what the Most High say of who we are. By necessity, they say. The lineage of a family or continued series of descendants from a parent who is called the stock. A race is a series of descendants indefinitely. Thus all mankind are called the race of Adam. The Israelites are the race of Abraham. We found out that Yahweh Shai, who the world called Jesus Christ, the line from the tribe of Judah, redeemed Abraham for Jacob's sake. So that gives us that this definition is true. The parts I'm reading anyway. Thus all mankind are called the race of Adam, even the Europeans. The Israelites are of the race of Abraham and Jacob. These are what they call the African Americans. That they acknowledged, that they noted for over 150 years we were treated like chattel, as our ancestor Joseph was in Egypt. That's been established. And thus we are from the house of Joseph. Thus we speak a race of kings, race of Clovis, of Charlemagne, a race of nobles, etc. These are the true Americans. American, a noun, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper color races, found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of the Europeans born in America. Let's see what the Aboriginals say. Aboriginal. 1828 dictionary. Aboriginal. First, original, primitive, or Aboriginal people are the first inhabitants of a country. Aboriginal tribes of America. That's who we're talking about. That's who Webster was describing. Aboriginal, the description of an original or primitive inhabitant. The first settlers in a country are called Aboriginals. as the Celts in Europe and Indians in America. We're talking about the Indians in America. That's why I can tell you, without a doubt, as far as who, first of all, I'm the living soul created in the image of my eternal Father, Yahweh, who he called man. The difference between those called man and those like us who are called man is his image. For we are created in both his image and of his body and his spirit. And I can tell you that I am a true American Israelite, even by your standards, definition that you've acknowledged, that agrees with the Father's definition. And I am from the house of Joseph, tribe of Ephraim. The first settlers in the country are called Aboriginals, as the Celts in Europe and the Indians in America. Continue with Anna Von Ritz's statement, documentation, acknowledgement, where she notes the Pope's private attorney, Pope Francis, the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney, Anna Von Ritz, wrote and stated and noted, we'd already delivered due process to the IMF, DBA, United States, and its franchises, resulting in a proper judgment of commercial and administrative default. We'd already entered an improperly constructed claim in commerce to claim back all the assets naturally belonging to the American people. I just read to you what she already acknowledged, that all things have been returned back to us, who is the true inherent heirs, which is in agreement with the Most High's word. Let me break that out for you on the record. Going to the Let the Rocks Cry Out Again, the book of the Remembrance of Enoch. Description of Eve, where Adam first saw her, Kava. Seth 5, because he saw the image of God. Seth 5 and 34. And the vision of it penetrated him to the heart, to the center, and the sight of her dark hair and brown skin and white clothing against the gray rocks behind will never leave his memory. And nothing more wonderful could come before the eyes of any man, including the European. And he was struck with wonder. Adam was not a European, but he said any man, whether they was called man or the other man that was called man, but the difference between being the image of God. Seth 5, 71 through 73. And know, my children, that as you are called to dress and keep eating. See, the same with like the definition of Webster by race. He said all mankind can be called the race of Adam, but when it comes to the Israel through the race of Abraham and Jacob, these are the ones that's created in his image, the Most High's image. And know, my children, that as you are called to dress and keep eating, it may always be that the order of life that is here will remain the same. To my America. For all living souls can choose for themselves which way they will go. And all creation is made out of my love for you and none else. For you alone are created in my image, in both your body and your spirit. Therefore, it is the duty of all the souls in creation to diligently follow after the definition of every form they have taken because of you. It is the duty of them all to walk in harmony of oneness before you and their Creator. And all creation also has a new task this day. And their task from this, the day of your espousal, is to worship together with the two of you and thus obey the desires of your heart. And they are to share with you all of the joys of your happiness. And they are to speak and sing their joys in you before all of their fellows. So we already delivered due process to the IMF, DBA, United States, and its franchises. This is part of Anna von Ritt's statement or document or notation, note, the end of the 400 years of European meddling and predation in America. Which was agrees with what the Most High says. But then the thing she states that the Most High does not say, then that's null and void. Things like trying to invite themselves into our blessing. That's null and void. We had already delivered due process to the IMF, DBA, United States, and its franchises, resulting in a proper judgment and commercial and administrative default. We had already entered a properly constructed claim in commerce to claim back all the assets naturally belonging to the American people. She said that these quote-unquote African Americans, everything belonged to them. But in the truth, I've already proven through the word of God that we are really the American Israelites. Primarily on this land, we're the house of Joseph, tribe of Ephraim. But also many other tribes are here too from the house of Israel. If not all. We formed an alliance with the Lakota and the Athabasca, two of the largest native tribal governments, and we filed sovereign letter patents and declaration of joint sovereignty. Well, Most High just said we are the sovereign, the American Israelites. And he didn't get anything about a joint sovereignty. The Constitution was saved and a new foundation begun. The Native Americans, Looking for that real fast. Looking for a book. This book right here is called Revealing America's Dark-Skinned Past, Volume 2. Just going to read the back to you. This is one of the most prevalent fallacies in North American history is the story surrounding Christopher Columbus and the people he encountered. It is interesting to note that early 20th century histories were stating that Christopher Columbus was trying to prove that the world was round. However, late 19th century historical writings on Columbus, not school textbooks, make no mention of this revelation. They do, however, tell in great detail of the carnage that took place on the islands during Columbus' reign. They also describe in detail of the hospitableness of the indigenous people, the gentle nature of the indigenous people until they had to defend themselves, which the Most High said they had the right to do, and that the indigenous people were considered Negroes. One World Centurion. Page 1. The author is James W. Lee. It says the fake history has been called the ancient architecture as Moorish revival or Morisque and Islamic, and also colonial, medieval, neoclassical, Baroque, Romanesque, Gothic, Beaux Arts, Eclectic, Tudor, Renaissance, Palladian, Richardsonian, Romanesque, Chicago School, or Victorian, and labeled them as fashionable styles to hide the old and the true function of its columns, arched openings, pinnacles, rose windows, naves, ornamented with iron columns, towers, and domes, in addition to having cut the ends of the pinnacles in the photographs or add crosses that did not exist before. Said that's the false history. Page 29, it says nobility, nobles come from, same definition of what he said the Israelites were or are. He said nobility, nobles. Nobility, nobles come from celestial heaven. So people related to the stars. Page 31, it says the Moor comes from the Orient, the Far East. We read in the sealed portion that Cain was sent to the Far East. Away from Adam's copper-colored progenitors. The Moor comes from the Orient, the Far East. What is also interpreted as the Oriental means Western scholars who studies Islam. Now, in the eyes of the hijacked Hebrew Templars, aka the Holy Roman Empire, the Habsburg dynasty, the Holy Land, was in possession of the infidels, aka Muslims, Moors. Therefore, they were authorized via the dumb divorces of 1452 to take Muslim Jerusalem, the Americas, Granada, away from the Moors, whom were Saracens, and also read the dumb divorces, which authorized the Templars, Knights of Christ, to conquer Saracens and pagans, take their possessions, and to subject them to perpetual servitude, slavery. This papal bull, and none of them were ever rescinded, which is the current problem that the Moors in the Americas face. As Saracens, Moors, Moors, who are the red ones, aka the lost tribe of Israel. This papal bull was issued against the Moors, Moors, as Saracens, in order to take our Muslim Jerusalem away from us, which was Granada. The Moor predominantly was a term issued by the Romans. Page 32, it says the Cherokee were the real Romans. They built all of the Greco-Roman architecture and the Cherokee Gothic architecture in the Americas. So you got some people that came from the east that we're going to read, that the sealed portion tells us were Canaanites from the line of Cain, and these Cherokees are part of that line. But the people that come from the Americas are called the Mexicans, the Choctaws. We're going to read about that. Not saying anything bad about them, but they're the ones from Africa. The Moors, not the. Okay, let's read it. Page 73. Author and historian Chancellor Williams said, the original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans. The 16th century English playwright William Shakespeare used the word Moor, Moor, as a synonym for African. His contemporary Christopher Marlowe also used African and Moor interchangeably. Black soldiers, specifically identified as Moors, Moors, were actively recruited by Rome. Africans were recruited by Rome and served in Britain, France, Switzerland, Austria, Hungary, Poland, and Romania. Saint Maurice, patron saint of medieval Europe, was only one of the many black soldiers and officers under employ of the Roman Empire. So the Roman Empire employed the Moors. That's why, if you consider, they tight today. Page 77 and 78. The American Negro or Indian or Black Moor are Mongolian Tartarian. I got to check into that. But I know I can claim for a fact the American, I don't claim any of these things, but that's just the description that we know about. I don't know about the Mongolian Tartarian. The American Negro or Indian is the oldest man on earth. The oldest chromosome on earth was found in a man from South Carolina and is unrelated to African lineage. There are more in the Americas than anywhere. There are more pyramids in the Americas than anywhere else. The Amachi or the Izi, as in Mexico, conquered the Nile Valley, Arabia, Afghanistan, India, Vietnam, and Cambodia. The statues of Buddha are simply images of Osiris, the ruler who conquered the world in the remote epoch of human history. There are many sources. The Old Testament takes place in the Americas. Mexico is the original land of the American Negro, who is the Olmec, the Z, Olmec, Z, Aztec, Toltec, etc. In North America, he is the Algonquin, Choctaw, Wachita, Puuqua, Wampanoag, Lenni Lenape, Iroquois, etc. The Spanish and the Portuguese captured and sold what they called Negro de Terra into European slave markets. The Dutch and the English didn't even enter Africa until the late 1700s, yet slavery started in 1492. Columbus was a Portuguese Moor, so according to their definition, Columbus was an African Negro named Salvatore Ferdinand Zarco. And many of the European monarchs in Europe were also Negroes who came to America as they were being pushed out of Europe by the white European Catholics. The conquistadors were sent to the West Indies to destroy the kingdoms of the blacks and reduce them to servitude and slavery. It was known as Dum Diversas. The doctrine of discovery and the Inquisition and gave Catholics kingdoms the right to murder, rape, enslave, and torture all those not under the authority of the Vatican and the Pope. See? That's what they're acknowledging now. We're still not under the authority of the Vatican and the Pope. But now the Pope is giving away that title of the Vicar of Christ, which is giving away his right to claim to be over us or do any harm to us. And he's stated by necessity, anybody that does harm to us in any kind of fashion or way, then they're subject to being exterminated themselves. That's by necessity. The Most High said, touch not my anointing, do my prophets no harm. And that's why color matters, because people say, well, they did this to everybody. No, this was only for the Israelites. The conquistadors were sent to the West Indies to destroy the kingdoms of the blacks and reduce them to servitude and slavery. It was known as Dum Diversas, the doctrine of discovery. That's why he's making through necessity had to tell you Dum Diversas is over with now. That's what we're reading right now. When I was just reading, I'm gonna continue in a moment. And they acknowledged for over 150 years they've done this. And they noted it to be criminal. But they only acknowledge anybody that's still doing these acts, they're criminal, and they according to his own words, the powers that is above them and make them do that, are going to make sure that everybody is persecuted is doing it. Allegedly, they already started. Allegedly, they already started with the Pope himself. The conquistadors were sent to the West Indies to destroy the kingdoms of the blacks and reduce them to servitude and slavery. It was known as Dum Diversas, the doctrines of discovery, and the Inquisition, and gave Catholics kingdoms the right to murder, rape, enslave, and torture all those not under the authority of the Vatican and the Pope. Go back to who was Esau Edom. I'm gonna come back. As I'm reading these things, thoughts are coming to me and sending me back to these different books. Let me see where I'm at. Got so many books pulled up. Here you go. Who is Esau Edom, page 85? Jacob, as inheritor of the birthright, had the right to have dominion in the earth. It was promised that his descendants would spread throughout the earth. Genesis 28:14, becoming a multitude of nations. Genesis 48:4 and 19. Edom's plan to overcome this is by creating a one world government under its control. Once all nations become democracies, socialist states, or communist regimes, it is an easy step to get them to come under one world control. To attain this world government, some means must be procured through which it can be administered and enforced. That vehicle is the United Nations. It is a chief instrument in world government. The United Nations, like the League of Nations, was a Jewish plan and concept. Israeli. It was promoted and supported by Israelis, Jews, and it serviced Jewish and Zionist goals. A couple of years after the establishment of the United Nations, the Jew, David Ben Gurion, I don't know who that is, I'm just reading what it says, stated, our Jewish policy must be the unity of the human race. See, I already told you there's two types of people. The ones made in the image of the Most High and the other people. That's why the Most High said, as for the other people made that come from Adam, they're but spittle. Let me read it for you in case you think I'm just saying out of my mind. That's why he told the people that's made his image, my love is only for you and none else. You think the Most High don't know what he's talking about? He know the great evils is in the heart of all these people. You think he loves them? That's doing this to his people? 2nd Esdras 6:56. As for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing but like unto spittle, and is likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. That's the word of the Most High. Back to page 85. They said their Jewish policy must be the unity of the human race, of their people. The world is divided into two blocks. We consider that the United Nations is the ideal of a Jewish ideal. So you see Times Magazine, August 16th, 1948, page 25. When a nation becomes a member of the United Nations, it surrenders its sovereignty and independent status. It now becomes subject to the international law of Edom. But he just told you that we were never under their dominion. It is not free to decide its own destiny. This was made evident through the events of the Iraqi War, Desert Storm. The United States did not act according to the Congressional Act or pursuant to its constitution, but to a UN resolution. The United States is not a sovereign nation. It is subject to the dictates of the Edomite-controlled United Nations, the world program that follows is a Jewish program. It said America, but I already told you I'm going to clean America's name up. America is talking about the land. Now I'm talking about what you're trying to make it seem. The United States and America are different. I'm going to read that to you too, what they already professed. America is not the United States, and the United States is not America. That was a lying spirit called a European woman, the most wicked of the most wicked kind. I'm just casting down spirits, casting them out. Page 87 said the Jewish people as a whole will be its own Messiah. The Jews don't await a Messiah or believe any ever existed. Rather, they are their own Messiah, and that Messiah they believe will one day rule the world. I'm only reading Who is Esau Edom? The book, I didn't write it, by Charles A. Wiseman. Told you I've already acknowledged that in the past I've been too ignorant to know all these things just off the mind. I had to get knowledge. So I can't take no credit for it. So you can't accuse me of being anti-Semitic, because I am Shemitic. And also I was too ignorant to think about this stuff on my own. I didn't care about none of this type of stuff. This is truly the Most High's will being done. And a lot of this information I'm getting from your books that agree with what the Most High say. And I expose the parts in your book that the Most High don't say. How? By the truth. For his word is truth. The Spanish and the Portuguese captured and sold what they called Negro de Terra into European slave markets. The Dutch and the English, this is page 78, one word to Terry. The Dutch and the English didn't even enter Africa until the late 1700s. Yet slavery started in 1492. Columbus was a Portuguese Moor named Salvator Ferdinand Zarco. And many of the European monarchs in Europe were also Negroes who came to America as they were being pushed out of Europe by white European Catholics. The conquistadors were sent to the West Indies to destroy the kingdoms of the blacks and reduce them to servitude and slavery. It was known as Dum Diversas, the doctrine of discovery in the Inquisition, and gave Catholics kingdoms the right to murder, rape, enslave, and torture all those not under the authority of the Vatican and the Pope. That's why the quote-unquote Negro, the Israelites, were never mentioned in the United Nations. Our dominion never was taken. That was all by the Most High's will. And now he made their Vatican, their Roman Catholic Pope, through their private attorney, acknowledge that everything been given back to us, including dominion. I'm only giving you the word of the Most High, backed by historical facts and documents and acknowledgments and notations. America is the old world, and Columbus called his first voyage the Last Crusade to conquer the Holy Lands of Mexico and Peru, which means Peru, house of Huru, or Jerusalem, which became Jerusalem. It is also known as the navel of the world, Teotihuacan, means city of Tahuti or Thot or Tenochtitlan, which became Mexico City, which means city of Enoch. Mexico was named for Moses, or Mexi, like Moshe. The Old Testament contains volcanoes, corn, bears, and tobacco, all which are native to America. Utah is Yehuda. It contains the city of Moab. The Great Salt Lake is the Dead Sea. There are more pyramids and megalithic structures in the Americas than anywhere else, including the Nile Valley. The NWO tells the story backwards. The Negro is the Indian or copper-colored indigenous people of the Americas, who is actually a redskin. Many think black people are black. Yet, there are many shades of copper, which is the color of the earth. If you look in old dictionaries, you will see that nigger, Nigger, and Indian were synonymous, and that colored is simply short for copper colored. Why do you think they keep changing our titles from India to Negro to colored to African American? It says the black Moor, Negro, is the most copied man on the earth. All right, let's see. Let's go back. This is back to Anna von Ritz, the end of the 40 years of European meddling and predation in America. The Native Americans are now free to come home to the land that they were removed from. No longer POWs. They have regained their sovereignty as free. Now, this was the Roman Catholic Pope who gave you them the verses through his private attorney, who was letting you know that we're free. He didn't free us. He just giving us information by necessity to let you know he got to take his hands off of us. And all of those under his dominion. See, a portion tells us Satan has dominion over his own dominion. And Hamashiach has dominion over his dominion. That's why he told his angels from on high, don't touch my sealed people, my elect. Do no destruction until my elect are sealed. This is part of that sealing. So you're going to be destroyed for lack of knowledge. But like Seal Portion told you, I can't force it on you. It's something you got to accept for yourself if you want to be free. So, all right, you can be a slave, but that's all your free will. I can't force it on you. I can just tell you about it. You got to walk in it. The Native Americans are now free to come home to the land that they were removed from, no longer POW. So that's telling you, the Most High already told you weren't no POW. They've acknowledged you that you're not a POW, you're not a slave no more. So any minister that's telling you that you're a slave, he's not the minister of the Most High, not to the elect anyway. Because the devil telling you you're not a POW no more. By necessity. That's why I'm trying to tell you, I'm in good favor with both the Most High and men. Because all my actions have been ordered by the Most High, and I've done what the devil even say I must do to be free out of his kingdom. To be exempt. So I tell you can only deal with me in good faith. Because all bad faith actions is going to get you, even according to them, killed. Because they've acknowledged that these things are bad faith actions, and they've acknowledged and noted of the criminal activity that has been going on. So if you continue in this criminal activity, he already told you that this can get you killed coming against the elect of the Most High. I'm not threatening nobody. I'm only telling you what he said in his civil orders to his employees. Get it straight. Don't twist my words. You can read it for yourself. The Native Americans are now free to come home to the land that they were removed from, no longer POWs. And once you're no longer a POW, what does that mean? Now you can create the class action lawsuit against all the crimes that's been going on. That's what I've done today. I sent it to the highest court, to the throne of the Most High, and those he assigned in the earth to be above these powers. They've heard it, so they're going to make sure it's done, that it's carried out. They have reigned their sovereignty as free. They have regained their sovereignty as free, sovereign, and independent people living on the land. The United States of America, and she spelled it small, all small case, United, and then S, and then A, but all that uppercase, lowercase stuff don't matter to us no more. Once you're sovereign and been given, restored to your, that's stuff that they have to worry about. We don't have to worry about it. All we gotta do is be ourselves and live. And be righteous. The United States of America and the free, sovereign, and independent people living on the land of the organic states. We already found out that they took these from us. They're talking about these colored folk, colored races of Mexico. We all found out that's what they call the Negroes. Now not taken away from other lighter versions of us. I'm not saying that. But they didn't come from no European fathers, though. So California was one of those states that belonged to us, that was not incorporated in all those type of, this just belongs to us. And I come and I'm indigenous to California as well. The United States of America and the free, sovereign, independent people living on the land of the organic states have regained their sovereignty in the international jurisdiction of the sea. For the first time since 1789, Americans are in full control of both their natural, land, and sea jurisdiction. We're finally whole. Those who have read our affidavit of probable cause, you know something is wrong when an American affidavit of probable cause know that the founders cut a deal with the British king, allowing him to retain control of 19 unenumerated essential governmental services, all in the jurisdiction of the sea. She just told us now we gain jurisdiction even over the sea now. So they must return, they must give us back everything they've taken, free of charge. That's when I had to come back here, tell you some more of the things that the Most High said. And all food and raiment and houses shall become free to all to his children, to the real Americans. Seal portion, chapter 90 and 50. Therefore, my brothers and sisters, call upon the rich and the corporations, the governments that have power over you, and demand of them in righteousness that they provide for you the necessities that you require to sustain your lives. And they already told them that they owe you 4 times what they've taken. So they can't just give you no junk. Especially you sovereign, according to them, to their word, to their knowledge. You can not dislike it all you want, but I'm just telling you what the Most High said and what the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney said, who owns the corporations, to step down and cease and desist. And I'm telling you to step down and cease and desist from all your bad faith actions. Against me, my children, my grandchildren, against my nation, my people. All who want to be free and who want to be sovereign, but those who want to be slaves, then I can't make them be free. That's against the celestial laws of heaven. For the first time since 1789, Americans are in full control of both their natural, land, and sea jurisdictions. We are finally whole. It said to split the jurisdiction owed to Americans. Two different populations of people from the outset. the free sovereign and the independent people of the United States and British subject inhabitants who remain to provide these services under the Constitution. The so-called federal government was never a sovereign government. It was always an association of sovereign nation states. And it was never our government. See how I threw herself in there? But she a European. Not being hateful or racist or anything. Because the same book who said who is Esau Edom already gave the acknowledgement that all this right went to Israel. The copper-colored people who's made in the image of our Creator and Father. But all of a sudden, they're still throwing themselves in it. No, you can't do that. You can't write in one book one thing and then write in another or something else. Though it was under contract to serve us. It was always a foreign government operating under the foreign jurisdiction of the sea. But now the sea jurisdiction has been given back to us by our own acknowledgement. As a spokesman and a private attorney for the Roman Catholic Pope. An equally foreign law of the sea. So long as the British king remained honest and honored his obligation to us to act as our trustee on the high seas and navigable inland waterways, the future remained safe. But almost immediately the troubles began as King George wiggled like a fish on a hook and sought to regain his position over the Americans. Things appeared to settle down after the war of 1812, but by 1845, the then Pope and the British King sealed a secret pact, agreeing that the Agrarian American Republic was incompatible with the idea of papal supremacy and the divine right of kings. The secret Treaty of Verona was a grotesque, criminal, and highly secret breach of trust by both the British monarch and the Holy See. Within 15 years, members of the American Bar Association loyal to the British King had elected Abraham Lincoln, a lawyer, to the office of President of the United States, CEO of the Commercial Trading Company, deceptively called the United States Trading Company. Not the land, not the country, not the organic states, and not the people. The actual Constitution already had provisions denying any member of the bar any public office. So in Lincoln's case, the only presidency he could occupy was as CEO of the trading company doing business as the United States. It is not a mistake that Abraham Lincoln led our country into a vicious civil war, the results of which are still dealing with 150 years later. See, the famous number, 150 years. Every time you hear that, she's talking about that, she's talking about the quote-unquote African Americans, who are now, I've already proven that we are truly the descendants of Jacob. Jacob and Joseph, who was treated like cattle or chattel, which was a criminal act here, as they've already noted over 150 years ago. That's what she's talking about. The Civil War was not about ending slavery, as you can see by closely reading the third corporate constitution, called the Constitution of the United States of America, adopted by the perpetrators of all this criminality. Behold, criminality, betrayal, and fraud in 1868. This is all of her notation. They've noted all these things. The Vatican has noticed all these things. By necessity. though loudly proclaiming the abolishment of slavery, the 13th Amendment of this federal corporation document, which is actually a corporate bylaw, goes on to enshrine slavery as a permanent part of the newly formed federal corporation, doing business as the United States of America incorporated from form of law. It makes criminal slaves and leaves the corporate Congress and elected board of directors free to determine who the criminals are. A close reading of the 14th Amendment shows that they made everyone who was a United States citizen, federal citizen, a criminal by definition, a slave by definition, and a debtor too. To this day, when these vermin bring innocent Americans into their private corporate tribunals, which are misrepresented as public courts, the charges are addressed to persons named after the victims. These persons are legal fiction entities. That's why she already told you the Vatican, the Pope, and all them are already of the Roman Catholic Church. Has already given all these things back to us free of charge of debt, encumbers, or any such thing. They can't be held against us. Nor subjugate us. Which are misrepresented as public courts. They are private corporate tribunals, which are misrepresented as public courts. All this is public record now. So when they do these things to you, they're just admitting to their fraud and to their criminality that's already been condemned. That's what they did to me in 2017. Kidnapped me under false pretense of arrest upon false charges. May 2017, the dates of 8th and 9th of 2017, May 8th, 8th and 9th of 2017. When they sent one of their agents from their church, and there was already had gang stalked me, and I was really not in my right mind at the time because of the witchcraft they did through the gang stalking. And I was unstable because I really couldn't tell whether I was coming or going. That's what the gang stalking does to you. And they slipped one of their agents in on me. And when I was waking up to get away from their church, which the Most High called me out, then they used one of their agents to go and file a false claim against me. Which had been proven to be a lie now. But they still kept my stuff. They took my firearms because I'm a retired peace officer, exempt from them, and I'm still a active peace officer in the Most High's army. I'm a prince of peace. And I got the right to have firearms, but I don't do anybody no harm. I can have as many as I want. I can have all of the ammunition I want. Because that's my right as a retired peace officer. But yet they used her to come in, file false charges, and come in under false documents and took my firearms. Kept me in jail for 2 days. And then tried to create some more false charges and to try to tell me I did a crime a year later, and that hadn't even, the year hadn't even, at that time, 2018, hadn't even come to pass. And then came and got me about 2 or 3 in the morning. That's why I figured about that time. And then took my samples of my saliva. And I said, do I got to do this? He said, yeah, they're going to bring us some more charges against you. But since I knew they had already did all those criminal things, and now I was in their custody and nobody else knew where I was at, except for maybe my son, maybe. I said, I better cooperate through coercion. Because no telling what these people might try to do. But I never gave them permission to do it. But I'm sure there was some righteous activity going on as well, trying to prevent what they was trying to do wickedly. So I'm not accusing everybody, just the ones who did it. Like I said, I use righteous judgment and equity of judgment. I just got the right to tell what was done. I'm not accusing nobody of anything. I'm just telling you it was done. And she's telling you who it was, who did it. And the highest courts know who did it. The Most High's eyes are in every place. It is not a mistake that Abraham Lincoln led our country into a vicious civil war. Then they came and took my conveyance, called the private car, even though it had been paid off 3 or 4 times, even through their system. But then I also discharged according to where the powers that was told me to do it. And they accepted it. But then they took me to jail, took my car and everything, and then made me pay them $5,000 to get out, using these terms. And then made me get them additional $3,000 and something, $3,600. Wait a minute, $5,000 to pay it off, which had already been paid off about 4 or 5 times already, and discharged. And then made me pay an additional about $3,000 something, I believe it was, to get it out of their impound or something like that. So they done took a lot of quote unquote money from me. I want all that paid back, 3 to 4 times what you've taken. I'm putting all this on the books on high. Not money hungry, but you took it. You did it. So you owed it. Additional to everything you've done. Like giving my medical information to over 30-some employees' emails. None need to know basis. HIPAA violation. I'm putting it all on the record, on high, to the highest court. back to the end of the 40 years of European meddling and predation in America by Anna von Rex, the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney. A close reading of the 14th Amendment shows that they made everyone who was a United States citizen, federal citizen, a criminal by definition, a slave by definition, and a debtor too. To this day, when these vermin bring innocent Americans into their private corporate tribunals, which are misrepresented as public courts, the charges are addressed to persons named after the victims. These persons are legal fiction entities defined as public trusts and more recently as public transmitting utilities. And they are already guilty by definition. But like I said, she already acknowledged all these have been given back to the Americans for your use. Free of any debt, charge, encumbrance, or any such thing, no subjugation. You can't be charged, incriminated, anything behind the names they actually took from you. Everything they created, all of the hidden fund money, quote unquote, and everything they've done, the credit and everything they've done has been given back to the Americans. Everything been given back to us free in charge of any debt, encumbrance, or any such thing. This is why it does no good for anyone mischaracterized as a United States citizen to claim the guarantees of the actual Constitution. So as long as you claim to be a United States citizen, they don't need for you to claim to be any of the guarantees of the actual Constitution. I already told you I'm not a United States citizen. I'm an American Israelite. And why these courts do not hear any of the laws or the facts of any case, and also the reason that their own court rules for judges admonishing them to provide an appearance of justice where there is none. All that is really going on is a determination of how much these criminals will charge you for their service, and whether or not you will be impounded as cargo or held ransom as a chattels back in the depths of their corporation. They did that to me in 2017. When I was already telling them that I was an American Israelite. Yeah, of course I had things I didn't know and I was learning along the way, but at least I knew that. Once I found out, I let it be known, and they still did it to me. This heinous crime, duplicity, breach of trust, enslavement, and merciless abuse of the American people has gone on for 150 years. Since the 1930s, things have only gotten worse until now. The very mechanism they hoped to use to finish us off was turned against them. We slipped in and invoked our true standing, formed a new federal alliance, issued the new sovereign letters of patent, issued a new declaration, where the Most High, joint sovereignty we got is with Him, joint heirs with Christ. Let me put that on the record. Casting down anything she says to try to include them, but including the things she said that can be proven by Scripture. This is our letter of joint heirship. Romans 8:16-18. The Spirit itself bears witness with our spirit that we are the children of Yahweh, God. And if children, then heirs, heirs of Yahweh and joint heirs with Hamashiach. If so be that we suffer with him, that we may also be glorified together. They made me suffer. And still trying to make me suffer through gang stalking. For I reckon that the suffering of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. See, all this suffering I've gone through is not in vain. You're going to see on the other end of the blessings that's going to come upon me. Like I tell you, I know he's talking about more than me, but I can't make you accept the truth. This heinous crime, duplicity, and breach of trust, enslavement, and merciless abuse of the American people has gone on for 150 years. And since the 1930s, this thing has only gotten worse until now. The very mechanism they hoped to use to finish us off was turned against them. We slipped in and invoked our true standing. I've already told you that. I've already told you my true standing. I didn't invoke it. I declared it. I noted it. I stamped it by the word of the Most High, being approved. Formed the new heavenly alliance, the new sovereign alliance with the Most High, joint heirs with Hamashiach. Issues a new sovereignty ladder patent through the word. It said, and booted both the British and the French off our shores once and for all. Our answer came by divine providence, even as representatives of the Wells Fargo Bank, owned by the U.S. Attorney General, were claiming that the United States of America no longer existed. I object to that. That we no longer had a national currency. I'm talking about, I object to that as far as a true American. That we no longer had a national currency in circulation. That all the Americans had voluntarily given up their birthright and accepted the slave status of the United States citizens. I objected to that. I already told you I'm not a United States citizen. I'm an American Israelite. Joint heirs with Hamashiach, a son of the living God, Yahweh. And I command Wells Fargo to give me back everything that is owed to me by inherent right. Take my name off of the slavery list and put me on the blessed side. Everything that's owed to me is the heir, the sovereign, as she's declared I am. And I've declared I am. And the Most High has already commanded me to be. Like I said, I'm really speaking for all of Israel too, but I can't make them be anything other than they want to be. That's why they got to make their own declarations. But even if you declare that you're an American, you still declaring you're Israelite. So, if you're ashamed of the name of the law, well, at least claim you're American. I didn't say United States citizen. I said American. And accept what the United States is supposed to do for you. The United States is the corporation who's supposed to provide services for you. That's the truth. And for me. That's the truth. Our answer came by divine providence. So when she starts saying stuff like divine providence, that's what I'm saying. Don't use the Most High stuff and then try to get mad when I bring in scripture. Because that is the Most High stuff. Our answer came by divine providence, even as representatives of Wells Fargo Bank, owned by the U.S. Attorney General. I already dispelled that notion. So put me on the blessed side, the blessed side, to better receive all things that's owed to me. And it's owed to every American Israelite who will stand up and receive it. The elect. And accepted the slave status of the United States. I object to that. I've already proved to you I'm not. I've demonstrated through action that our land was abandoned property. I object to that. Give me back everything that was named under the name Anthony Matthews Pooler Sr. All properties. Release the quote unquote money to me, to my chosen agent in good faith that belonged to my uncle. Bart Pooler. Immediately. And add no Satan to it, because it's out of your jurisdiction. And the secondary creditors of the bankrupt United States governmental services. I object to that. They owe me. And all of the Americans called by the Most High Yahweh's name. Israel, Yasharallah. Should be allowed to come in under the color of law and claim our land. I object to that. For the law of the covenant overstands the color of law and your claims. Your claims are null and void. Our homes, our businesses, and everything else to pay the debts run up under the conditions of fraud by the IMF doing business as the United States. I object to that. That's your sin. Release everything that belongs to me, that is mine, to me, and add no Satan to it. And everything that belongs to all of the American Israelites, to them, things that belongs to them, and add no Satan to it. A few weeks later, Jacob Rothschild showed up We're still reading the end of the 40 years of European meddling and predation in America by the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney, Anna van Rits. A few weeks later, Jacob Rothschild showed up. He assumed he could just cut a deal with the IMF and move into a place as successor to contract, and being alone disguised as, let me read it again, and being the long planned seizure of our land and other assets via the use of the commercial mercenary disguised as employees of the lawful government. I object to that. I've already proven who I am, and by right. Just like what is going on in Oregon now with the uranium land grab and the fake FBI. This is Anna von Rits' public disclosure to the American Israelites and also to the rest of the world by necessity. From the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney, Anna von Rits. The FBI, like the BLM, are just brand names of old used-to-be units of other governmental services corporations long gone. This is Anna von Rits' public confession by necessity for the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney, Anna von Rits. So this is the Roman Catholic Pope's confession through his private attorney, Anna von Rits. The FBI, like the BLM, are just brand names of old used-to-be units of other governmental services corporations long gone. They've been run under the color of law for years as private security and property management subcontractors of the IMF, DBA United States, and its corporate municipal franchises. Those men shooting and threatening people in Oregon are private commercial mercenaries, acting under color of law and impersonating government employees. That thing is Washington, D.C., that you were misled to believe was your government, and what you trusted accordingly was never your government. It has always been an abusive and criminally managed foreign government perched on our shores, here under contract to provide essential government services. We are not responsible for the depths of the foreign entity, and we have repudiated them accordingly. All we are owed to the United States, well, this is them, the American Israelites didn't owe them anything because you was on our land doing business. All we ever owed to the United States were responsible fees for 19 services. That's what the Most High told us to tell him in his name. The man of them in his name, as the sealed portion told us, to give us everything free. And his word overrides her words. Let me go back there again. The sealed portion, chapter 90, verse 41. And all food and raiment and houses shall become free to all. Throw in cars too. You need those. Cars and trucks. Therefore, my brothers and sisters, call upon the rich and the governments that have power over you and demand of them in righteousness. I've just proven to you righteousness. Even the devil told you what was right, according to the word. that you provide for you the necessities that you require to sustain your lives. Anything you need in your life is for free. That's the Most High said. Demand on it. Because they already know they already made the provisions. They just try to take it and pretend to be you, and they enjoy the success of it. It was our distinct pleasure to inform Mr. Rothschild that other arrangements have been made. See? It was our distinct pleasure to inform Mr. Rothschild that other arrangements have been made in his office, and his offer to act as successor to contract was accordingly refused. We will be providing our own services and taking care of our own business and our own people from now on. The drive is on to reclaim and repatriate all American assets to America and to Americans. The Bank of International Settlements has already agreed. That's why the Most High said what he said, because he already know they did. And everything I'm telling you is in righteousness. I'm not trying to cheat nobody. The World Court has already exerted all 6 branches, and all initial brief has been filed. The American armed forces have been alerted, and true Americans, see, she even used the word true Americans. I prove who the true Americans are. And true Americans from every walk of life and corner of the globe, as well as friends from around the world, are rallying to our assistance. The world is waking up, led by tiny Iceland and now by the Americans. We have lived for a long time under the thrall of criminals, as have many other nations. Most High's people are all around the world. The British and the French, the Germans, the Japanese, the Canadians, and the Aussies, all direct victims of this same fraud and criminality. While the rest of the world has suffered both directly and indirectly from this plague of dishonest politicians, corrupt judges. The sealed portion talks about all of this, and I'll bring it forth again. And the banks have functioned as crime syndicates. Please to do your part to support this mighty effort to restore the peace, prosperity, and health of the whole earth and the people living on it. Together we are the true sovereigns. Well, you gotta go back to the word of the Most High again. He said, you and you alone are in my image, and I only love you. So you can't try to override what the Most High says. He has one people. And don't try to get in on it. If he didn't say it, I wouldn't say it either. I'm only going to tell you his words. Together, the Israelites are the true sovereigns. The people made in his image and likeness, both in their body and their spirit. Born to learn who we are. Born to learn how to rule ourselves. Born to be partakers of each other in our beloved planet. Please print, post, send, carry, and do whatever it takes to inform every American. That's what I'm doing. Especially inform all members of the police, the military, the so-called law enforcement agencies, the clergy, the community leaders, school officials, everyone who needs to know. They know. Part 4 of the letter by Anadon Rist, the private attorney for the Roman Catholic Pope. Do not follow any orders to harm Americans. Those who do will be tried for war crimes and face the death penalty just like the Nazis at Nuremberg. If you have resources, knowledge, or skills to offer, please stand by. There will be needs aplenty in the days to come. There may be possible disruptions of public services, possible disruptions of public change, possible confusion, or very probable misinformation spewed by the mainstream media, which is owned entirely by the international corporations that have benefited from the fraud and very obviously failed to do their job, their real job. It is either criminally stupid or purposely malignant circumstances when all of a country's major news organs are owned by foreigners. Now that you know that fact, turn the knob. Take everything these talking heads say with 2 grains of salt. Use your own brain and your common sense. Trust in yourself, your abilities, your skills, your friends, your families, your communities, your most cherished ideals, your fondest hopes. If you are like most Americans, you will feel panic and anger and confusion when you realize just how close we have come to total disaster. Believe in the Magnum Mysterium, the true God. Well, Yahweh Shai, Yahweh and Yahweh Shai. The word that he has placed over his own name, his name's for his name's sake. Like I said, I don't know who Magnum Mysterium. The great spirit that shares one life with all of us, with one love that is truly divine. Walk forward now together, hand in hand, and fear no evil. When the truth comes, what is false must pass away. Still looking for a few more things. I know you can hear them dogs barking. It's them walking back and forth with their dogs. That's the gang doggy. Nobody expects them to. I do expect them to obey the law, the Most High's law, but these people are evil, man. They're devils. Now, you hear me talking about gang stalking a lot. I have a sound mind. But even the Pope acknowledges through his private attorney that it's the truth, what they're doing. About targeted people and whether warfare or Stop Being Stupid, Part 3. By Anna Von Ritz. She says, our military, like all major militaries of the world, has a long and despicable history of using our soldiers and the domestic population, anyone unlucky enough to be considered either a United States citizen or a citizen of the United States, as guinea pigs for weapons tests, for drugs, and for all sorts of other heinous, invasive procedures. The reason this is allowed is to go on is that when you sign up and enter the U.S. military, you become a municipal citizen. I ain't never been part of the military. A slave, literally subject to the whims of Congress and the DOD. So you've unknowingly given monsters control of your body unto death. And they are free to cause your death in any way they please. Send you into battle, let you freeze to death in quarters, and abandon you at Benghazi. That's what they did recently. Remember they did that? Had the soldiers over there and left them. I don't know if it was Benghazi, but it was some part of the world. And then go back and didn't even go back and get them and save them. Inject you with horrible drug concoctions. Expose you to spent uranium, artillery shells, Agent Orange, whatever. My Uncle Melvin, they gave him Agent Orange when he was in the Army. If more people know about that, they will never sign up and join the United States Armed Forces at all. Also, most people who receive their DD-214 and who are officially discharged from such services assume that they are out of the woods and no longer classified as municipal citizens once they leave the Army, Air Force, Navy, etc. Wrong. That's the way it used to be. Nowadays, you have to write a letter to the heads of these service branches and to the Secretary of Defense and the State Secretary of State where you live, plainly stating that you have been honorably discharged and have retired from any political status or association with the United States and are now returned to your birthright status as an American. And you have to keep a copy of this and proof of mailing, so that if anyone claims you are still under contract, an agreement to act as a United States citizen and be subject to the whims of Congress and have given you your constitutional protection and have given up your constitutional protection, you can tell them, go blow and do it sideways. Go blow and do it sideways. I've done all that, and I've made public writs and proclamations and acknowledgments and notes constantly for the benefit of my fellow Israelites, my fellow Americans who are Israelites. According to the flesh, like Paul said. The same claims have been advanced against the domestic population of citizens of the United States. So anyone on welfare, anyone who is claiming political asylum, anyone of African American descent, anyone who is dependent of a military or civilian employee of the federal corporations, anyone who is cluelessly claiming and tolerating the presumption of municipal, see how they threw in the African American in it? You claiming to be African American, that's why they're gonna gang stalk you. But I've been told them to cease and desist from bothering me and mine, because I already told you I'm not a African American. And you can't make me be, because you want to hold on and try to do something that's illegal and unlawful. I already told you to cease and desist. And the Most High told me to warn you in His name. So when you start disappearing, I'm not threatening you. The Most High said it. Because he said He's going to visit you in your generations to the third and fourth generation of those who hate Him. I've already done everything I'm supposed to do. Even walk in it, not just talking. I'm an American Israelite from the house of Joseph, from the tribe of Ephraim. Anyone who is exclusively claiming and tolerating the presumption of municipal citizenship and accepting the labels associated with it, see, that's not up to you to determine, you gang stalkers and all you people. That's not up to you to determine. You better worry about repenting. Because the Most High already told you what's going to happen to you. You can't sit around and try to tell me what I am and what I'm not. I tell you who I am and who I'm not. Claiming and tolerating the presumption of municipal citizenship and accepting the labels associated with it can similarly be imposed upon and killed and experimented upon like animals in a test laboratory. Now let's see. So Esau is always mocking and saying, "Aha! Go ask Esau if he's a United States citizen or not." I bet you all of them say yeah. So you better start trying to listen too. Only thing about you can't say that you're an American. Only way you can stay here is if you say you're a United States citizen. So let's, as Country Wayne would say, let that settle in your spirit. Because you can't say you an American, not by truth. If she say true Americans, the Jew Americans, you can't say that. You can only claim to be a United States citizen. Let that settle in your spirit. If you want a good example and proof that what I'm saying is true, and also proof that whether modifications exist, all in one swoop, go look up the United Nations ENMOD treaty from 1974. That treaty not only addresses the use and misuse of the geoengineering, it stipulates that any country conducting research into such weaponry and systems can only use their own domestic population and country to experiment on. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. You're property of the United States. That's the only way you can be here. Because even by Webster's definition, you're not an American. So before you start saying, aha, you better go start doing some research. And I don't care how much you prance around and make jokes and do what you do. That's the truth. Do you hear all that in the background? That's them clowning. But what I'm saying is true, and what they're doing is foolishness. Because they're the ones that's under Satan's jurisdiction. Because they can't claim to come back to the Father and be an American. At best, they got to go back to Europe. But then the Aboriginal Europeans are even copper colored. So they got to go back to Mount Seir. that the treaty not only addresses the use and misuse of geoengineering, it stipulates that any country conducting research onto such weaponry and systems can only use their own domestic population and country to experiment on. That's them. So they got to stop trying to cease and desist from bothering the true Americans. That's why their Roman Catholic Pope told them to cease and desist from bothering the true Americans, or else they're going to pay the penalty. I just read that to you. Let's see. 1974, 1984, 1994, 2004, 2014. I count that as 42 years that has been fully and officially admitted that weather modification exists and that weather warfare was seen as a problem requiring international treaties. To please someone tell me why there's any controversy about this being real. But even more interesting from my standpoint, it's a provision that domestic populations could be used as guinea pigs. So what is the domestic population? In this case, it means a domestic or international population with respect to the United States. All the rest of us Americans exist without the United States in its territorial and municipal jurisdictions. We do not reside here. We live here in our bodies with the freedom to go dwell anywhere. And the big problem for these con men and liars is that as soon as the people wake up and stop putting up with this misrepresentation, the bastards among us don't have a leg to stand on or a word left to say. All those chemtrails in the sky, you're being poisoned as a domestic population. The poison, the fluoride being added to your water. You're being controlled as a domestic population. The mercury in your vaccines. The hundreds of untested drugs flooding the market and resulting in millions of lawsuits. Well, I already told you because we're no longer prisoners of war, American Israelites. I've put on the petition on high for such a much needed lawsuit. The hundreds of the untested drugs flooding the market and resulting in millions of lawsuits, that's all okay because guess what? You're all being considered domestic with respect to the United States and subject to every whim of the Congress and the three commissioners running the District of Columbia. Oh, and all their good buddies, Monsanto, Procter, Pfizer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Recently, I've been receiving all sorts of petitions, pietous, terrible stories about people being targeted by electromagnetic radiation devices. These stories come primarily from immigrants to this country who have unknowingly agreed to serve as citizens of the United States. Slaves, guinea pigs. So it's not unlikely that, yes, they are being used as targets and experimented upon by the DOD or its subcontractors. Why not? They are foreigners, yet they're also considered domestic. The guys twisting the dials are probably being fed shinola too, being told that these people are dangerous, domestic terrorists. I object to that. Note the word domestic again. The fact that I bring out truth, according to the word of the Most High, that does not make me a terrorist. I told you I'm a prince of righteousness. I'm a true peace officer. And I just so happen to be retired from the county of Los Angeles as a peace officer, which both gives me the right to, along with the true Constitution, the right to have firearms as much as I want, as much artillery as I want. But they took it, violating my rights. That's part of the lawsuit as well. That sounds like a better excuse to torture innocent people than being told that Dr. Mengele's nephew is curious about the effect of long-term exposure to concentrated ULF radiation. She just told you the truth why they're really doing it. They ain't concerned about nobody being no terrorist. They're the terrorists. So what to do about it? Move to a different country until we get things sorted out would be my best advice. But Most High didn't tell us to go nowhere. He told us to stay right here. The United States, it says America, but the United States is no longer the sanctuary of sanctity that it once was, because we have criminals and madmen in control of the Government Services Corporation. And their subcontractors, agencies are even worse. Look at, like I said, I don't know who Lavoy Funican is. I don't know who none of these people are. I'm just going to read what she says. Look at Lavoy Finnegan, purposely ambushed and murdered in cold blood by agency personnel. Private subcontractors operating under the old FBI brand name, working for the same holding company, calling itself the government of the United States that also employs the BLM. The agency subcontractors that have been trying to seize and sell land and other movable assets that actually belong to us, the Americans. Told you she always throwing herself in there. I haven't looked, but most likely Lavoy was an honorable discharged former American serviceman. So the rats just presumed that he was still in the political status of a municipal citizen and fair game to murder without responsibility or result. Yeah, make an example of him and scare the rest of the sheep. Keep them from reclaiming their land and other assets so we can steal at will with no danger to our bosses and our precious little selves. Don't believe me? Have the men responsible for the purposeful, black-hearted, cowardly murder of Lavoy Finnegan been arrested or in charge? Have the Bundys, I don't know who that is either, been released despite of being found not guilty? Not yet another total bogus foreign state-of-state corporate franchise operation is holding them under the false presumption that they are United States citizens or citizens of the United States. That is, good little subjects of the Queen and the British Crown, merely residing here for the purpose of providing government services, and as domestics, subjects to any outrage against their persons or property. Ever heard servants called domestics? Or British Regency dramas on BBC? Wake up. Please, America, please wake up. You all need to put your political status flat on the record and reclaim your status as Americans. I've already done that, constantly. But not because I don't know who I am, but because I'm constantly trying to wake up America, the true Americans. my brethren who are Israelites, according to the flesh. You need to rebut the piles of paper that these monsters have created as means to make false claims about you and to redefine you as a territorial or municipal citizen subject to them and their control. I object to all that. Self-declare your political status as an American and make it stick. That's who I am. It's stuck. I'm an American Israelite. Tribe of Ephraim from the house of Joseph. And that is who it is. And that is who I am. The living soul that the Most High called man, made in his image and likeness, in both his body and his spirit. Who has been returned all the rights to use whatever name, use the name that my mother gave me, and they created into other entities 8 days later. But all the names have been reclaimed and restored back to me, including everything, all the money that they've stored and cooped after my name. They've been restored to me by the acknowledgments of the owner of their corporation. And I cannot be subjugated, charged for, without any debt, encumbrance, or any such thing. No matter however it's structured. So I told you I cannot be, only thing you can deal with me now on for is in good faith. Because everything you do in bad faith is just going to be charged against you. Still looking over a few more titles. See, I want to share with you real fast. Retired means retired by Anna von Ritz. Once you're retired, and that's it. And that's that. You're owed your pension and health insurance from the government corporation in the same way that you would be owed your pension and health insurance from IBM or Walmart or REI. You do not have any further obligation to the corporation. You can live wherever, in whatever jurisdiction you wish. You simply have to make a choice, freedom or continue slavery. Having made that choice, you inform the State Secretary of State that you're retiring from any presumption of United States citizenship or enfranchisement and returning to your natural birthright status. You don't lose anything. You simply change your political status. You surrender the municipal person created by the birth certificate back to the Secretary of the Treasury. You rescind your voter registration and you record the simple improved act of exportation that also covers your domicile and your allegiance to the land, jurisdiction, state. You inform your bank that your account is a private account and all funds transferred and deposited must be denominated as lawful money. You put a label "retired, not for hire" on the back of your driver's license. That's why I'm telling them right now, like when it comes time for me to get another private truck or whatever I decide to get, make sure that, because you already got a driver's license on your file, but just go ahead and change the political status. Although I'm not a politician, but change it to "retired, not for hire," exempt on the back. Anthony Matthews Pooler Sr. Change it to "retired, not for hire," exempt on the back of the license. Therefore, I don't have to deal with you when I start traveling around the community. And also, say you buy forever tags, your license plates, and unregister your car. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's already on the record. I'm not lost anything. Just being exempt from you and your harassment. As a former federal service employee, you will have to continue to pay federal. I've never been a federal employee. As a former federal or civil service employee, you will have to continue to pay federal income taxes on that portion of your pension that actually comes from the federal employment. If you worked for the federal government for your whole life, you will have to pay income taxes on the whole amount. If you were in private employment for 30 years and the bulk of your pension is based on that, you only pay federal taxes on the portion derived from the later federal employment. The latter federal employment. For most people whose only federal employment may have been 2 years stint as a young man in the military, I ain't never been in the military. The amount of your pension derived from such slight attachment to the federal corporation is negligible, and they don't have to pay federal income taxes at all and are naturally exempt. You have not been taught any of this because it was to the advantage of these foreign corporations that you never learn it and never exercise your exemptions and never be free. It is to their advantage if they can take and take and take and never have to pay back anything. As a citizen, you are at their mercy and have to accept whatever they give you, just as any slave must. As a state, as an American, and then right here it's talking about because California was taken from us. That's why I can't say I'm a Californian also. Been returned to us. You are guaranteed their service and protection and owed all the guarantees of the original Constitution. I hope they hurt themselves too. Sounds like I want to start crying. Most High already repaid them. You might say that sound cruel, but they got them out there gang stalking. So when one of them fall, I just took that as the Most High made one of them fall and they crying. That's good. If you are a true American of this country, it is your choice how you want to live and what kind of status you wish to adopt. It is not their choice. And once you exercise your exemption, I was still thinking about it, how they feel out there. That's good for your little bad head. It is not their choice, and once they exercise your exemption, they have no right to say one word to you about it. Looking for one more thing, and I'll probably wrap it up for the evening. The United States is not America, by Anna von Ritz, the Roman Catholic Pope's private attorney. The United States is not America. Let me repeat and repeat and repeat. The United States is not America. It isn't now, and it never has been. The United States is a separate and foreign political jurisdiction. It is as different from America's state as Spain is different from Sweden. So there we have it. I'm proud to be an American. I'm a de jure American, an American Israelite from the tribe of Ephraim, from the house of Joseph. So until next time, shalom to all the Americans, the de jure Americans, the copper-colored Americans. Shalom. who are Israelites.